Hello everyone, welcome to my video here. This is a recording of my Twitch live stream from Thursday, May the 25th. Every Thursday pretty much I go through all the demos that have been submitted on my Discord and listen to them live on stream along with everyone else that's watching my stream. We all hang out, give our thoughts and everything, trying to be positive, and I do my best to try and give some helpful feedback if I think there's any I can give for how to possibly improve the stuff, like, you know, demo feedback, listening session here on Twitch every Thursday, twitch.tv/John B. Beta. If you want to submit your music for future streams, 2 tracks maximum, upload them to SoundCloud because it's easier for me to listen to them that way, and then post the links on my Discord channel. There'll be a link down below or in my bio, like you'll be able to find it for my Discord. And then there's a channel within my Discord called #demos. Stick them in there and I'll get to them all. I work my way through chronologically in the order they're posted so that we remain fair and democratic and everything. Just please try to stick to drum and bass stuff, tunes that haven't been released yet or anything, so I don't run into copyright issues. And I'd rather you avoided unofficial bootlegs and things like that as well for sort of copyright reasons. And, you know, I'd like to be able to sign some of this stuff if I really, really like it. And if it's bootlegs and all that, I can't really very easily, but still be good to hear, I suppose. But if you could try and avoid bootlegs and like remixing Taylor Swift and shit like that, that'd be nice. Thanks a lot. Anyway, demos! Nailed it on the first take. Professional. And in deck, look out, I'm coming for ya. John B's in the place. He's not messing around. We're getting on it. So we've got all the crew here on Twitch. I'm live right now. You know that because you're watching me. I'm kind of talking to people in the future at the same time, as if it's not complicated enough as it is. You can see the chat on the screen, so you can see who we got and comments and stuff like that. So if you're watching this in the future and you've submitted one of your tunes, you can see what the people watching this at home were thinking as well. So we've got Rappy88 in the chat. He says, "Show us what you got. Show me what you got." Exactly. That's what we would like. Show me what you got. Booze Not Booze is here. Hello. Says going to be trying to hang back and lurk this stream while you do some other computer. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for lurking, Booze Not Booze. Magic Finbo is here, saying we do it live. And Gav is wishing he recorded me ranting about whatever I was ranting about before I hit the demos button. So we're in. So I'm looking at the Discord here. As I mentioned before, if you want to submit your demos for future streams, if you're in the chat now on my Twitch, type in !demos and it gives you the links and all the blurb and all that. But you basically upload your song to SoundCloud and post the link on my Discord in the demos channel, and I work my way down through that. I have a feeling that if you submit a tune, you can go back and edit the post. Like if you posted a link today and we didn't get to it, and then before next stream you'd made an updated version, I think you can probably edit your post and update the link. I think some people sometimes do that, which is quite cool. Like if you sort of, it's a bit like holding your place in the queue sort of. Gav goes back and edits them all the time. All right, yeah, cool. Well, that's good. It means you've got your place in the queue, and if you've made lots more tweaks to a song, which we all know happens a lot, then there's a way around it. So Loma in the place. We're already signing 2 of Loma's tunes. He's got one of my t-shirts on. Hold tight, the Beta Recordings merch. Massive. Already signed 2 tracks of Loma's to my label. Thanks to these sessions. We got a new one here called Andy Flavor by Loma. 160 track, he says. And just had a sub from Sodi. Thank you very much, Sodi, for the 4 months. I think there's one of yours coming up next as well. Looking forward to that. So, here we go. Nice T-shirt there. If you want a Stalking You on MySpace T-shirt, they're still available on my web store. !" merch in the chat. Right, here we go. Listening. I'll do my best to keep an eye on the levels. and try to keep things balanced so you can still hear me speaking. And remember, if I yawn, it's a sign of respect. It usually means I like it. It also just means I'm tired and overwhelmed and old. It's not being bored by the music. But it does seem to happen a lot when I'm doing these. I do apologise. Might turn this up a little bit. I'm trying to keep my headphone volume low so I don't give myself raging tinnitus. Like 4 or 5 hours a day, 3 or 4 times a week on headphones reasonably loud isn't the greatest for a man in my line of work. Yeah, we need an exclamation mark. Oh yeah, Nick was like, John has yawned 73 times. You can do that, can't you? I'm going to turn it up a little bit. Very nice subs there. Okay, I'm turning it up. I'm going to turn it up on the stream. That's another job we have to do next week, is mastering Loma's 2 tracks for beta, because he sent us pre-masters and wanted me to do the final master, so that's going to be a glimpse behind the curtain, watching me attempt to master something. Maybe I can start Emperor's New Clothes mastering and be like, yes, my amazing skills. Basically add a bit of EQ. I'm liking this. As always, I love the atmospherics and the just sort of grown up restraint vibes. Nice stereo drum stuff. Still a bit louder, okay. Turned it up. Am I yawning behind the mug? Hello, iTech. Hello, Sean. Really nice vibe, really mature, really like this. Bit too, like it's too slow to play in my sets, but I like it. You should send some of your stuff to Pressure from New Zealand. His label, I always get mixed up, Samurai Records. He'd be into your stuff for sure. I'll send him the ones we've got for beta already. Yep, Samurai. Yeah, this is totally up your street as well, isn't it, Modal? I've got Precious email if you need it, Loma. Or I can send it if you like. If he ignores you or something, he might be less likely to ignore me, I don't know, but... Whoop! Oh, it just finished. Oh, I really like that. More reverb, more reverb. LT Tech says, kind of Doc Scott vibe. Loma says, yes, please. Cool, yeah, send me a folder and I'll pass it on. And we're like, yo, thought you'd like this. That might make it slightly more likely that he'd check it rather than sort of make a note to check it later and then forget about it or something like that. I know if he's anything like me, it usually helps if somebody you know has sent you something. So that's cool. I mean, like, I'm glad we're releasing the 2 tracks you've given me already. I really like that. It's great. I haven't really got much. All sounded spot on to me, really. Mix was balanced enough, you know. Nice, really nice, deep vibe, nice, mature. It's sort of, it's not, you know, slower, moody stuff like that is. I'm not an expert in it, so I can't advise on the like minutiae of anything. But that sounded perfectly presentable to me, and like would sit alongside anything that I've heard released like that for sure. But like top of my head would be, I reckon, Pressure at Samurai would probably like that. So I can send, if you got other stuff like that you'd like to get to him, I can pass it on, or I'll just give you his email address, or we'll both send him messages, something. But just DM me afterwards as usual, and we'll sort that out. So nice one there. Big up to the Loma. All right. There's another in the demos today. There's Andy Flavor. That was the same one, right? Yeah. Is there another one from you later on down there? Okay, good. If we get that far, cool. We shall see. I'm planning on doing about 4 hours-ish today. I think we'll probably get through most of them. I'll do my best. Depends on, like, if I'm feeling full of beans and you're all still up for it, I'll try and keep going longer. But I find once I hit about 4 hours, I'm kind of not giving it my best. It's all right if I'm sitting here working on tunes and grinding away on things. I can sometimes do longer, but... Right, so this is Sean Nice. This one's called Incubus. Sean always comes with the mature, sort of classic drum and bass vibes. I have to keep an eye on the volumes here. This sounds a bit louder than the last one, so I'm just going to turn things down. Not as many demos as usual today, says Gav. Yeah, like the last couple of weeks we really ploughed through them, so sort of caught up quite a bit, which is fine. If it means I get to knock off a bit early, I'm fine with that. Nice rides. It's not the kind of ride I don't like. Come on, what are we getting? Amen. Ooh. 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 Oh, nice break. Oi, oi. How are we doing on the volume? That's about right, I think. Nice ride. Where'd you get it? It's a BMW. Oh. Nice bit of Apache edit there. I think the bass is a fraction too loud, and I think the snare is a bit too quiet. Like, the drums aren't like as in my face as I feel like they should be. I think first suggestion that pops into my head is really turn the bass down a little bit and turn the drums up a bit. The snare's just not like quite in my face as much as I like. Sub's great though. You got proper solid, rock solid sub there. It's really nice. Really good drum edits. I like that yaw there. Oh no, you got a yawn. First yawn of the stream. I like that stereo thing there. Yeah, it's really, really good, solid sub, that. Very weighty. The dibbidoop-bop bit there could be a bit louder. Oh no, another yawn. Oh. Big yawns, big yawns. Yeah, good. It feels like it's a bit long. It's maybe a bit repetitive. It's because it's basically just that same bass pattern and the same sort of break and bit of atmospherics. Is there a breakdown? Yeah, maybe stick a breakdown in with a switch up for a second drop, a bit. But only sort of thing that I think you should definitely address is turn the bass down a bit and turn the drums up a bit and give that snare a little bit more of a thwack, like a little bit more tops or something, and maybe like on the mastering side of things just boost the levels in general a bit more. But drum edits are really good. Everything's all balanced fine within all the drums and all that. They're all nice, and that's quite difficult to do when you've got a song with lots of different breaks, is to get them to sort of sit well together. But really good. Maybe look at putting a breakdown in with a slightly different second drop would be good. Sometimes I'm not paying full enough attention, so I might be wide of the mark, but sometimes it did feel a bit to me like it sort of was just sort of a bit repetitive once it had dropped, even though I know there's lots of edits and breaks and things like that. I don't know, it just sort of felt like, maybe because of the nature of what the bass line sounds like, so maybe you could do something to address that, but you don't have to. Like, there's plenty of tunes that have got a vibe along those ways. But that's, really, really good. Really good. Lovely to hear all the breaks work and everything. It's very complicated what you do, but it still has a good vibe, still rolls together and everything, and the overall mix levels are bang on, apart from just like bass a bit loud, drums a little bit quiet, but that's just a little adjustment, and that's just to my ears. But like, I listen to lots and lots of stuff on these headphones now, and I think I'm sort of pretty locked in with stuff, unless it's my own tune, in which case I'm completely blind to like any of the problems. Anyway, thank you very much, Sean. That was called Incubus. Good work there. Give you a da-da, hooray. Lovely. Right, next one, Trip to Freedom by Ahmog. Let's see, this is hold on a second. Right, what? After committing Mayday, our main suspect has fled and remains to be loose, but I can confirm that with certainty. We are putting 100% our efforts to find our suspect, but while we're at it, you could help us find them too. Trip to Freedom highlights a fight between two forces. Okay, this doesn't sound like drum and bass to me at all. I might be wrong. Let's see. Saying but a greater statement right in your faces. Oh no. Yeah, everybody else has something you know they gon' say. I ain't basic, let them know I'm the faded look. Oh no, it's the hip hop trap people have found us, and they keep putting their SoundClouds in. Sorry, that wasn't drum and bass, so it's not really what we're here for, and it's somebody who I've never seen on the stream before or anything. They're just trawling Twitter for somebody that says SoundCloud and demos, and they're like, oh, quick. Sounded good, sounded well produced and everything, but I don't listen to that kind of music, so I don't really know what you hope to achieve by getting drum and bass people to listen to it, but good luck. Good luck on your journey. Right, next one, Brady XK, Pulses in My Electromagnets. That sounds like a big problem if you get pulses in your electromagnets. Here we go. Brady XK. Is there anything written about this? No, okay. Sometimes it's helpful if you've got a little story behind the tune or anything, any questions you like. I'm not sure about how to do this, or blah, you know. That's good. Diligent Fingers is next as well. Yep. Got some big tunes coming up. Casey. Evan Killjoy likes this one by the looks on the comments. This one sounds nice and loud, so I'm going to turn it down. Ooh, yeah. That's good. Yeah. Tasteful. Lovely edits. Nice tight, non-reverby drums. Nice subby sub. Not any weird stereo shit going on. The effects are a bit wider, which is cool. Doing everything sitting in the right place in the mix. And the effects are all contributing to like a build up, and then it breaks down into the claustrophobic. Added something in there to develop it. Nice fake drop, no kick edit thingy there. Cool. I really like that that sort of descending atmosphere thing there. That's really good. Bass switch up, cool. Came at the right time. Dreadscape Music says cool evil ambience. Yeah. Magic Finbo is digging it. Loma likes the drums. Sneaky Snare says bondem, 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 bondem. Kai says sick. Hey, yeah. That's a proper deep dubby bass line, that, isn't it? Hello, Havoc, how's it going, mate? Good to see you, thanks for stopping by, appreciate it. Thanks for coming by for the music streams. Hello, My Altered Soul as well. Yeah, nice switch up, that came at the right time. I think if it stuck with the same bass line, it would have been a bit lazy. Kind of thing I do. Yeah, this is really nice. The switch up on the bass there is proper. And even though the bass is very prominent and very deep, he hasn't lost the snappiness of the drums with the limiter and all that. Machintrix says, love this. Dark and techie. Havoc is vibing. Always hangs out when working at home. Ah, nice. Hope works alright. It's hard to work on a day like this. It's lovely and sunny outside where I live. Yeah. Oh, what was that? Head Eyes! Way! Head Eyes is in with a 400 bits. Thank you. Thank you, Head Eyes, sir. Big up. Yeah, so we got to the end of that one. I really like that. I don't know if there's anything much I can add, suggest on that. The drums were quite simple and repetitive. Dare I say, add some shakers to it, add like a bit of a think break or like a raw shakery tambourine in places. I think that could help, but that's the only thing I can think of. Mix was all right. Nothing stood out. Everything was like the bass was very full. I really loved the switch up. I thought the arrangement was really good. I thought how the bass changed in the second drop was perfect. Whenever I felt like it needed a change, something to change and develop or whatever, something happened. Yeah, I can't really think of anything to suggest from my side as sort of John's feedback stuff. Just thought that was really good. Worthy of release. Like if I got sent that as a promo from a label, I'd be like, yep, not surprised that's been signed and out. It's not like I don't play stuff like this too much, but I appreciate it. I think digital might be into that. I know like Evan Killjoy is, I can see from the comments on SoundCloud here, and like Killjoy's doing an album for Function Records, so I think digital would be into that if you sent it to him. Especially like the vibe of the low bass, that's totally his kind of vibe. So Brady, if you're out there, maybe send that to digital, or I can pass it on, or Killjoy could. But yeah, great work there. Loving that one. Give you some applause. And a horn. Nice one, brother. So, yep. So, hello, everyone. It's Demos Day. It's a Thursday. We try to do the demos listening session. We're checking through them now. Here's the stinger, and Vohal's just come into the chat, so I've got to turn on the light on Jean-Luc Picard before he spots.
There are 4 lights! There are 4 lights!
4 lights! Looking forward to snapping that one up once it gets released. It says My Altered Soul. Yeah. Hello to Vohal. And hello again to Head Eyes. And thank you very much for the 400 bits, sir. Hope you're doing well. Big up. Yo, Vohal, I wore my toe socks again today. The ones you recommended. They're doing me very well on me running. Thank you to the Ultra Marathon Massive. I did 4 miles. It's hardly an ultra marathon, but at least I've got the right socks for it. Right. I digress. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk on toe socks for running. Yo, so we have another one from Diligent Fingers here. Vohal says he loves the TED Talk bit. I'm sure it was you that originally suggested I have something relating to a TED Talk, and that's what made me do this. I needed something for basically when I go off on a random tangent and just am sitting here talking to myself about something when I should be doing something musical. And yeah, it was Vohal that said I should have a sort of welcome to my TED Talk stinger or something like that. So thank you very much. I took it into action. Loft Crew brainstorming sessions do get listened to. Something democracy. Right. Diligent Fingers. Omen, final. I think he had some stuff written here. He says, yes, here's another one for you. There's still a few bits I want to do musically, but I think the mix down wise I'm happy, but would love your feedback. Okay, cool, great. Yeah, somebody was saying something about the toe socks. Who is it? My Altered Soul. Gonna need that toe sock link. They're Vohal can send it to you. They're the brand that he because Vohal is an epic runner. He does ultra marathons and stuff, like 30+ mile long runs, and I run quite a lot, and I've never bought any nice proper running socks. I don't get like mad blisters or anything, but I was interested to see what he did, and so he recommended a brand called Injinji or something, INJ, and they're just good running socks designed for long distance, but they're toe socks. I've never had toe socks before, and I've been wearing them when I go running now, and I feel like I'm less blistery, kind of. I think they're really funny though when you first put them on with your toes in the little finger holes, like gloves for your toes. It's a bit weird, but they're. I think I'm a convert for them. I don't know. For hiking, we're doing a very long walk this weekend on the Thames Path. We like total miles. We might be doing about 30 or 40 or something. But I'm just going to be wearing like normal sort of hiking socks. So I hope I'm still all right next week and my foot doesn't fall off. But we shall see. Anyway, back to the music. Diligent Fingers, Omen, final. Let's go. Sounds nice and loud. Keep an eye on the level so don't deafen you or me. Mix is sounding lovely so far, very present. Nice, I love the tom roll before the drums came in there. Kick is sounding a little bit saturated for me, but it's not a deal breaker. I love the atmospheric stuff. Nice keys there. Everything's developing nicely. I like the bass is sort of like lazy late to give it that funk, like shifting the timing. That's also helpful when you're trying to get your kick to cut through the mix. Nice switch up on the bass there, was needed. I'm not a huge fan of the choice of sound for this snare, but it works. Nice sort of funk, it's a different kind of drum pattern from your average. Oh, that was a good edit there. Oh, we're getting a yawn. One yawn. Good sign. Good, the strings needed to come in there. Modal says, I like the snare, it fits in the mix. And he says, more of the bass edits than earlier, please. I think it's repeating itself a little bit more. I think at that point it needed the breakdown to come in there at like 2 minutes 40 or something. My Altered Soul says they'd love to hear what this sounds like with a live drummer playing over it. Head Eye said, a bit samey at the same time as me, yeah. I think it's probably longer than it needs to be. I'd have brought this breakdown in a bit earlier, like around sort of 2.5 minutes mark. I love that pitch down thing before the drop. That's really, really nice touch. I'm gonna sneeze. A yawn and a sneeze. Extra points. Yeah, that's okay, Rollmops. Yep, thanks for asking. Put this sneeze in the track. Yeah, only major thought I have on this in terms of what I could think of changes to make. It feels like it goes on a bit and is a bit repetitive. I felt like the breakdown should have come in earlier, and I reckon you could shave space off at the end, like bring it down to 4 minutes or something. It's unnecessary to have it going on that long. Like, as nice as it is, like I come from the era where, you know, we made much longer songs. You know, stuff of mine used to be 9 minutes long at the beginning and it seemed perfectly fine, but most people that I see in the clubs now mix very, very, very quick, unless it's like older generation people, kind of like us, who want to mix stuff a bit longer. People really don't have stuff in the mix for very long at all. Like, your average DJ, if they did play this, they'd mix out before that breakdown even comes in at 2 minutes 30. Like, you'd mix in the intro over the other stuff, let it run for a bit, start the next track there, and this one would be done by the breakdown here. Easy, like 90% of the time. So anything else you do is like a bit academic. So my main comments on this one, because the mix down and everything's all balanced fine, like there's lots of nice sounds in there, nice groove, nice different sort of drum pattern that's not this sort of, you know, it's not out of the ordinary weird, but like it's a nice break pattern that isn't the same old two-step, or it's not one of the obvious drum and bass like break patterns in terms of kicks and snares and that. I like the bass. I like the bass switch up sounds. I didn't hugely like the snare, but it works all right. Like other people in the chat, like Modal said he really liked the snare. He knows what's up with mixes and stuff, so that's more of a personal thing. The only big thing I could suggest that I think would definitely help would be chopping out a little bit, bringing the breakdown in a bit earlier, and compressing the end so it's not as long. It doesn't need to be as long as it does, and because it kind of adds to the feeling of it kind of going on a bit, because the bass pattern is like enough of a pattern that you remember it, and then you remember when it repeats itself and you start feeling like it's repetitive. So those are my only thoughts on what I would do if you're asking me for advice on how to improve this. The thing that I think is minimal effort but would have the most impact is probably just tweaks to the arrangement, like cutting out certain sections, bringing the breakdown in a bit earlier. But other than that, cool. Like really good tune, totally worthy of release in my eyes. Sounds very nice, interesting bass. Like the intro was really nice, sort of built interest, good mix, sort of reminded me of kind of Wormhole era, Ed Russian Optical sort of vibes. I liked how you prepared for the drums and everything coming in with cutting most of it out and inserting that synth that went all very thoughtfully done. Very, very good. Respect indeed to the diligent fingers. Give the man a follow. If you like any of the music you're hearing today, if you get on the Discord, you can get into the demos channel and you can see the links to everything I'm listening to, and you can talk to everyone that submitted their music and find the SoundCloud links to all of these tunes so you can listen to them yourselves. Give him some stats, get the plays up, you never know. It will help the algorithm. So here we go, some more from Pill Gates. I love Pill Gates, it's such a cool name. So he says something similar and then something different. Both obviously unfinished projects. Be good to hear what you think to the second track, considering the others I've sent are very dry still, maybe a bit slow. I start at 174, so be good to jump straight in at the deep end. Glad to know you felt the vibe I was going for with the old school samples. I grew up on that music, so it's hard not to attempt to pay some homage. Thank you once again, the only and original Pill Gates. Okay, so we've got two tracks from Pill Gates here. This one's called Stuck Tripping. If I remember rightly from last time, his stuff like sounded very busy with lots and lots of ideas and stuff, and sort of the arrangement was a bit mixed up, but like there was lots of cool stuff in there, and sort of, you know, good potential and all that. So we'll see what these ones are like. Here we go. Might be a bit quiet on the mix down front. We'll see. It is a good artist name, isn't it? Gavchap is trying to think up a new artist name for himself. So those strings sound very preset-y to me. That's my first sort of red flag sort of thing. I'm just going to like give live feedback as you listen. There's no sub. I can't hear any low end on the bass here. Drum pattern sounds a bit hectic, and I like the silence bit there. That was all right. Very quiet on stream. Yeah, it's a very quiet mix. It's not being picked for any master change stuff. I like the piano edit there. That was good. I like the little edits and the old school stabs in there. I think big issue is there is no bass, there's no sub. Like I can't hear anything under 150 hertz on anything here, apart from maybe the kick. So you've got to deal with that first. I don't really like those strings personally. They're doing the right thing, but the sound just sounds very much like a basic sort of preset thing. Lots of great ideas, says Modal. Yeah, I agree there. Like, arrangement's all right, good edits. I know you've got to grasp what you're trying to do. We haven't got to your tune yet, Zach. I don't think, no. Nice to hear it going into a 4/4 section. Lots of kicks. Lots and lots of kicks. Nice vocal. Quite a lot of these sounds just sound very mono as well, which is sort of alright, but some things sound a bit stereo-y and standing out for the wrong reasons. That vocal's a bit loud compared to everything else. Yeah, so overall, I think main issue is there's no sub. I don't know if it's accidentally turned off or what, but you haven't got any low end there at all. I think the drums could be improved. They sound a bit programmed and a bit preset-y. You know, maybe add some real break beats in there to give it more of to fit with the vibe that I think you're going for, which is a bit more like, you know, hardcore jungle old school stuff. I like the edits with the stabs and the rave stabs. They're cool. The choice of vocal samples are nice. Some of them sound a bit dry and it doesn't all blend together as it should in terms of EQ and everything. Vocals could have a bit of stereo delay on them or something to widen them out a little bit. A bit like your other stuff, sounds a little bit like chaotic, sort of the combination of the drums and what your bass, except the bass doesn't have low end on it, but like combination of the drums as they are and whatever the pattern the bass is playing just sounds a bit chaotic and a bit mad. So maybe look at like what notes the bass is playing. I like the edits. I like the general vibe of like the going for the hardcore old school references and all of that. The stabs, the edits are coming at the right time and everything, but the things that really let it down are like a lot of the choices of the sounds. Like that string sounds very bare and mono and dry, so it needs more reverb. And I think the string sound you've got just sounds like a simple like sample, but not in the right kind of good way, if you know what I mean. And you got to work out why there's no bass. I don't know if you're not hearing the fact that there's no bass on your speakers or your headphones or something, but try playing it on speakers and then listen to your favourite drum and bass tune or your favourite tune you're imagining this might sound like, and compare yours and listen to theirs and see what sounds different to you. Is their bass louder or quieter, or are the drums as sparkly and bright? What kind of drum sounds are they using? What's the overall sort of general EQ balance? Like, do some A/B testing with what your favourite tune is that you're kind of trying to emulate. I know, like, we're all trying to do our own music and it's unique and all of that, but you've always got something in the back of your mind that you're sort of aspiring your track to sound a bit like, at least sit alongside. So compare it to that. It always feels shit because your tune is never as good as that one that you love that you're aiming at, but it's a really good way to learn and to know and to sort of pinpoint some of the issues with your mix and your content and everything. So hopefully that's helpful advice for you there, Pill Gates. We've got another one of yours here called K23. This is a work in progress as well, so these are not finished tracks, so we must only treat them as work in progresses. Looking for a bit of feedback. That's what we're here for. Okay, he's rolled off the low end on the kick there, coming into the drop. Bit more bass in this one, but it's still a bit inconsistent, especially on the first two notes. More of a simple vibe here, which is good to hear. Bit of restraint. Snare's got enough bite, but the sound itself is a bit weird. Similar to the last one, I think the choice of bass sound is a bit strange. It's not really Thistle in the chat is saying there's a huge spike at 3 kHz on the snare. Be very careful about having that range as a focal point. It's very fatiguing on the ears and grating. Yeah, it is. It's hurting me a bit. Oh shit, it's quite loud, yeah. Yeah, you've got serious like mix issues on your levels, Mr. Gates. Like this one, very harsh tops on that snare type sound. And not really much subs on the bass. I would say with this, think of the tune that you're aspiring to sound like and compare yours with theirs. And look at things like the overall balance of sounds. That snare is way, way, way too loud compared to everything else. So that's affecting your overall loudness, but it just creates this very painful, high frequency peak thing. You have got some decent subs in there this time, so that's better, but it's not consistent. Like the first two notes are not very loud on the lows, and then it gets a lot louder, like this weird sort of undulating levels, which again you just wouldn't hear. I don't know. And choice of like the mid bass sound that gives the character just sounds a bit strange to me, and like it's not the kind of choice of sounds or arrangement you hear in released music. I like the little vocal samples and things, and it does sound different, but it's not. I don't know. It doesn't fit in like the current framework of what's sort of popular in drum and bass. But it's good that it wasn't as crazy and hectic as previous ones that you've submitted. But I think your key issues are basically in mix, in terms of levels of various bits and bobs in your tracks. Like in this one, the snare's much too loud, and the bass is sort of weirdly inconsistent of loudness levels on the low end. And then the rest sounds quite MIDI, quite dry, quite mono-y. And the arrangement is a bit aimless. It just sort of bumbles along and everything without, leading up to an obvious drop, and then a payoff, and then breakdown, and then another drop or something. So I'd look at trying to work on your arrangement, giving you a bit of direction and stuff, and making a bit more memorable and sort of with intention. That's my best sort of feedback I think I can give you on that one. But keep it up, keep sending us your stuff. It's getting better every time, that's for sure. So big up to the Pillgates, greatest name so far, for sure. So we are on to Gavchap, aka HK47, with a new name pending. He says on the Discord here, it says 2 track revisions this time, tweaks to the Duke Nukem song, which we had last time. He says he's new mastering, additional effects and fills, better side chaining, so that should hopefully give a bit more space for the kicks and the snares and the stuff. Making the synth line in the centre, because was it a bit too stereo-y. Added real bass sound for the grit, added more guitars, others I can't remember. Still waiting after some tweaks and master chain switch up. Okay, so we'll do the first one. Right, I'll keep it on the levels. This might be quite loud because I'll turn it down already. Amazing says, I have an hour lunch at noon today. If you would willing to skip my tune till then. Sure. How long away? What time is noon? How many hours until noon where you are? It's 3:15 here. Just looking at the mentions in the chat, it says Sean, Sean commenting on Bill Gates' stuff. He says, I think you really need better monitors or headphones. I like the vibe and I think there's much potential, but the mix ruins it. Yeah, I have a feeling of that too with Bill Gates. I don't know what the studio setup is, but it's worth at least getting some good headphones or some slightly decent speakers and making sure you've got them set up right at the right height, and do your best to have good acoustics in your room. That can really help you hear things a lot better. 5 o'clock our time. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, so when I get to yours, amazing, I'll hang off until then. Right. Duke Nukem. Here we go. Gavchap. I can't quite remember what the first version sounded like, but... Oh, bass is a bit loud. Sub-bass, too loud for me. Kind of. Turn it up a bit more. There you go. Nice toms. I don't know what you've done with the side chaining, but I think this the sub bass needs to be every 16th, like you know. So I don't know if you're side chaining it off the kick, but you're side chaining it so hard it's literally not there when the kick happens. If you are, I think that's obviously too much. And the sub bass sounds a bit woolly, even though it's, you know, you've tightened it up. Maybe like the release on the sub is a bit releasey rather than tighter. But it does sound like when the sub bass is there, it's a bit louder than it should be. But it's welcome. Like, you need the sub bass doing what it's doing. But I think you're side chaining it too hard. Like, it basically disappears when the kick happens, and that's a bit too much, really. At least I think it is for this tune. I love the toms. Very harsh side chaining on the swoosh down there as well, I think. I think you've dialed in some of the side chaining a bit too hardcore, maybe. Use a click track to trigger the side chain, not a full kick sample. Yeah, like a ghost kick. What I usually do when I'm side chaining, the best way to do it, which I do when I remember for side chaining kicks and bass, is assuming I'm triggering the kick as a sample off a sampler or whatever. I'll copy the pattern onto another channel, mute that so it's not going into the mix or anything. And I'll also make it so the kick sound, that when it's playing the kick, it's playing like a really, really, really short sort of 808 kick that's like a sort of more of a clicky kick. So that, because you can always, if it's a long kick, your side chain is always going to be as long as that kick is. So you can't make it any shorter and tighter. But if you have a real short kick that you're not hearing, you don't have to be hearing it, it will trigger the side chain, but you can always extend the release on your side chain thingy if you want it to be extending longer, if you know what I mean. So it's usually, I find it better to be using like a ghost kick track as your trigger for your side chaining, so you've got more control over it rather than just having the big kick that you might have, because it will sculpt out like more bass than you may want to sculpt out, if you get my drift. that was, I think a couple of people mentioned that, and I sort of repeated what they were saying. I like the aeroplane swoosh, that's great. 4/4-bit's awesome. Really good. Lovely. Really nice edits there, that's great. Hello, Shivaxi. Thistle in the chat is saying, tune the timing of your sidechain release with an oscilloscope if you want it precise. Look at the shape of your kick, then mute the kick and enable the sidechain and try to nest the shape of your kick's release into the sidechain you visually see. Gold. I mean, yeah, that sounds cool, but ain't nobody got time for that. I haven't. But yeah, if you want to do it perfectly, that's the way. What I would do is just have a basic, very tight ghost kick, and then listen and adjust it, listening until you're happy with it, sort of, because you could do it the perfect, proper, correct way, and I'm sure that would sound great, and it's probably not more work, but it might be. But I think, like, trust your ears, and sometimes, you know, you don't necessarily want everything to be perfect. There needs to be a bit of a groove and all of that. It's sort of, I mean, if you're making hardcore super duper mega loud neuro where everything needs to be 100% sculpted to perfection, then maybe, but you have to do weird tricks to make stuff work. But I would just what I said earlier, I think, is how I feel about that. The Fire Biscuit says the promo video for Noisier's Vision Pro plugin shows what Thistle's talking about nicely. Okay, cool. That'd be good to watch. I need to probably get that, and it's a chink in my armour of production stuff, is sort of knowledge of how to use oscilloscopes and spectral analyzers and things like that in my production. But I tend to just rely on my ears and, I'm not famous for having like insanely amazing mixdowns or anything, but for me, it's important to just get a tune done and over the line, and sort of the content. My stuff more relies on the musicalness of it and what the idea is, rather than perfect execution in mix and stuff. So I sort of get by without having to be super perfect and all that. Chris the Greek, thank you for the follow. Thistle's going to change my mind on visual mixing. You will. I need to watch some tutorials to get my head around. I have a little look on spectroscopes and all that shit when I need to, if I'm running into trouble. But if I'm running into trouble, I know why I'm in trouble, and I know what I've got to do. And it's usually just, get my head down and work on making sure shit isn't clashing with each other, and start removing loads of elements of what's going on. The snare's cutting through better than I remember it doing last time. Yeah, the only thing, just the bass, the sub bass on this one's the one that is the only thing that's glaring out as me as what needs work. Like, does good job as a Duke Nukem drum and bass tune. It's sounding really good in the electric guitars. The real guitars are sounding sweet. Get some. Next one from Gav here. Oh, I remember really liking this one. Still waiting. Oh, this is the one where I was doing the Polish singing along it, wasn't I? Gav says this one may also have too much sub bass and side chaining. It's easily switched up. I really like this. I think your bass suffers from the same issue here, like the bass notes. I think there's a bit too much release on them, so they're a bit too woolly, because the rest of the song's quite percussive and 16th-y, and the bass, because it's got a longer release, it sort of is mushing it out a bit. That's the only thing. I don't think the side chaining is as overly side chaining as last time. Sodi says, I want those synth bits to have a little more bite and depth. Maybe layer a double vocoder deep in the mix. I like the question and answer synths. Thistle says you have a lot of space around 100 to 200 hertz. There isn't a lot there.
The number you have dialed
bass needs some overtones. Yeah, could do a bass dirt channel. That would help. I like this one. My Altered Soul likes it. It says really enjoying this one. I really like that high vocal synth thing.
Please stay on the line. You are number one in the queue.
Still
Hold
waiting.
while we connect you to an agent.
On the phone.
Please stay on the line. You are number one in the queue. Hold while we connect you to an agent.
Oh, it's getting a yawn. The cowbell is just enough, like there's a little cowbell keeping things going, but it's not in your face. Cool as he likes says, I think it's a nice upbeat tune considering the topic of waiting on the phone. Fiery Biscuit says, jolly little tune. Head Eye says, could probably end about now, a bit long. Yeah, I agree, like it's it doesn't need to be as long as it is. It says 4 minutes, so yeah, like you could chop this down to 3 minutes. Yeah, really, I like that the first time I heard it. It's good to hear it's improved. I really like the little synth lines and the question and answer stuff. Things I would do to work on this some more if you can face it. Thistle said there's stuff missing around 100 to 200 hertz. Which I didn't really notice loads, but if she says so, then I agree. And I think that what I would suggest anyway would deal with that, which is the bass. I think the bass is a bit too woolly. I think it's the right level in terms of subs and everything, but I think the release on the bass notes is a bit too long, so try and tighten them up by like having the bass notes just end a bit more punchy. And then I would have a look at either make a sort of dirt bass bus or something where you copy your bass onto another track, roll off all the bass and that, really saturate it with stuff to create some mad harmonics and things, and then slowly bring it up until you just hear it. Give that a go. That might not work. It might be better to copy your bass pattern, play it on another synth that's more bitey and got more material and stuff going on around the 200 hertz or whatever, so there's a bit more, there's something more than just pure sub in your bass, but make sure it's not doubling up on the low frequencies so it all filters out phase cancellation shit, if you know what I mean. Like I'll usually do if I'm doing synthy tunes, I'll usually always do it like that. I'll have a pure sub that makes sure the sub is taken care of, and I can also control the volume of it and side chaining of it and like keep it dialed in, because the sub is just a pure sub on one track. And then if I want the rest of the bass in the track to just be mirroring what's being played there with a more like percussive synth, I'll have that playing the same pattern, but I'll roll off all the low end so there's no clashing in the important low frequencies. And then I just have that, the top bit. And then usually you can like boost a certain part of the EQs on that and stick it through some overdrive or saturation or whatever you want to do like that. And also you can add a bit of reverb and things if you want to do to that, but it's not affecting your proper low end, which needs to be tight and working well with your kick and everything. So I think it's just, if you were working on cherry on top polishing of this one, I'd just work a little bit more on dialing in the relationship between the kick and the bass and the tightness, tight low end, and maybe some sort of additional mid bass stuff for some sort of harmonics and whatever. I think that'd be nice. Thistle says, even taking your sub, duplicate it, use harmonics 2 and 3 or 3 and 5, add some white noise quietly underneath that, push that through tube saturation and maybe a percussive 8th envelope. Cool. Yep, that's good. Recommendations. Serum or Vital is good for choosing partials to fill the low mids above the sub, says Thistle. Gav says, cool, thanks for that. I probably can face doing more to it, so I might turn up again at some point in the demos. Good stuff. Cool. Yeah. I think it's worth having a little, just an hour, just do a little tweak on that, because it's quite important for the driving force of the tune. And also, I don't think, as I mentioned briefly, it probably doesn't have to be quite as long. You could probably shave it down to 3 and a bit minutes, maybe. But it's nice when you're vibing out and listening to the it also needs a John B vocal on top singing in Polish. I think that would be really good, singing about the sunshine and telephones. I'll have to ask Magda for lyrics. Telefon szybko, kochanie gorąco. Right, excellent. Lovely work there, Gav. Thank you very much. Definitely a nice vibe and a nice sound there, Gav. Indeed. My Altered Soul says, once this tune is fully polished, it's going to be mad solid. Super catchy pre-master copy to add vocals to. I will say, yeah, super catchy and fun to listen to overall. Gav says, I'll send you a pre-master copy to add vocals to. Yeah. Szybko, kochanie, jesteś gorąco, szybko. I'll just do a song of the only Polish words I know in nonsensical order. Right, this is from Sodi. It says, Liqui Whip, work in progress. Still some work to do on this one, and a good time for general feedback on the mix and vibe. Hoping to get it ready for summer. Wintour doing the heavy lifting production-wise, with me on the vocals, arrangement, edits. Recording this so we can both see it and make updates. Everyone say, hi, Wintour! Hello, Wintour! How's it going? Big up for the heavy lifting on the production. So, this is Sodi. Sodi's in chat right now. Where's me link? Here's me link. Let's go. Looking forward to this. This is Sodi on the vocals as well. Oh yeah, fucking hell. Let's bring it back. Bring it back! Bring it back! Mini rewind. Really nice beat. I'm looking forward to the told you so. Yeah. I'm looking forward to the told you so. I think the vocals could have more tops on the EQ. I know they're like processed in an interesting way. Wow, really good. Really good production, lots of work gone into this, I can tell. I think you could do with more proper low end. I'm not getting a proper low bass, personally. Lots of lovely comments in the chat. You had a weird issue with the preamp where it cut out some of the tops. Ah, okay. It gives it a sound that I think works. Really nice use of reverb, but with like the dryness and tightness of the drums. I think that's really good. Pianos are really good. Really, really nice mix, I think. The kick has got nice low end to it, but I think the bass, it's one of those ones where I think it's monitoring headphones or room. I think the low end on the sub needs to go up, like at least a couple of dB. I'm not getting low end. Cool edit. Nice wideness on the bass. I really like the drums. Really good vocals, of course. Awesome vocals. Big up Sodi. Let me listen to the beginning again. I've skipped to the beginning. I think you could have it to help the mixing crew a little bit. I love that, the first sort of drop. I'm looking forward to the told you so. Yeah. I'm looking forward to the told you so. I think yeah, I mean absolutely love it. It's great, like really I can tell a lot of work's gone into that. The vocals are all processed beautifully, lots of intelligent use of reverb and things. Like it sounds all nice and reverby, but not like a wash in a mess, like it's been dialed in really, really well. I think in the intro maybe have a little for a little bit somewhere. I don't know if it's like every 8, 1/8 or 1/4 or something, just the odd little hi-hat for the old, just to make it a bit easier for people mixing, maybe. But if it sounds shit or loses the vibe, then don't bother, but it's just a suggestion. Main ones, if you're just thinking about the mix, I think the sub, the low sub, just on the bass, seems too quiet for me on my headphones on this system here. And like my system's pretty flat with whatever, I can usually tell when things are off. The kick has got enough sub to it, so I don't think it's like a global mix issue. I think it's just you need to turn the subs up a bit. Like, don't go too far, obviously, because then your whole mix suffers and all that. So the only main things I can think of, if you were nitpicking or you're asking for my advice, is turn up the low sub a bit so it's more audible. maybe 2, maybe 3 dB would probably be about right, I think. And the vocals are lovely, and I can see that you've got them through interesting EQ effects for the sort of like phone line kind of vibe, like not hardcore down a phone, but sort of a bit like that. But I feel like they need more high end to like compete with some of the other, like some of the atmospherics and things have got stuff in that higher EQ frequency, and it makes the vocals are a bit back. But maybe it's better that they sit where they sit like that. But I'd experiment with that a bit. If it was me, I'd see how it sounds if you add that sparkle back onto the vocals. But it's not a deal breaker if you didn't. The only thing, like I say, I would definitely look at is turn the bass up. Basically, turn your low end bass up on the bass line, and if you can, add some nice high air tops to the vocal easily on the EQ. If it's there to add, you know what I mean? Like you said, something went wrong with your preamp in the recording. So if your recording didn't somehow already filtered out that high frequency part of the recording, there's not going to be anything there to like boost up really. So don't worry if not. If you were being like super OCD about it, you could do another take of vocals to add on top with the high end bit, like and just layer that in a little bit. But ain't nobody got time for that, and it sounds amazing as is, so don't bust your arse over it. But those are the only things I can think of nitpicking wise. Beautiful tune, absolutely beautiful. Love the simple beat, the contrast between the tight like dry drums, lovely vocals, really nice tasteful atmospherics and chords, like the slightly sort of muffled piano in there. You can hear it but it doesn't get in your face. Really, really, really good work. So big up to the Sodi Vox on that one. Winter and Sodi. Told you so. Work in progress. Bye. Jolly good work. Thank you very much. We've got a Jan Van Zel in the chat. Hello, how you doing? Greetings and salutations. Exclamation mark demos is what you need to type for getting the info of how you submit your stuff. But basically 2 songs maximum, SoundCloud uploads only. Post them in my Discord in the demos channel. It's demos time. Do a stretch. I might have to get up and stretch my legs in a minute. I've almost drunk all my water. Jan Vanzel says, okay, I link it, cool. Generique Live says, oh, SoundCloud, okay. That means you hate SoundCloud and you're blaming me. It's not my fault. It's an easy way for me to listen to things without having to download everybody's flipping Google Drive links and all that shit when I've got like 30 tracks to get through live on stream. So that is why it's the most convenient method. So hope you can understand that. Don't blame me for what issues you've got with SoundCloud. It's not my fault. I don't like it either, but it's just how we got to do it. Right, we've got one here from Absent. Big fan of Absent stuff. Looking forward to hearing this. Let's see how we go. You sent a YouTube link. Okay. Right, Absent. Let's go. Sounding nice. I always think Absent looks so cool. He's just, I like his style. They look like cool trainers. Head Eyes. Yeah, I just clocked that. Head Eye says sounds like Valley of the Shadows for a second in the background. Those bells. There's a hint. Oi! Oh, that's alright, isn't it? I think that gets you. Suits you. 5 months. Thank you, Blade, for the sub. Thank you, Blade. Real nice. Quite bass heavy. The snare's like not quite as snappy as it could be, this sort of, but aesthetically it's all wicked. Rollmops loves it. Loma says nice vibes. Thistle saying ouch, the 13 kilohertz. Is that the snare? Very scoopy. Flex out vibes, says Kai. Once again, big thank you, Blade. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Good mix overall. The bass is right there. Ah, you're here. Nice one, Absent. I'll give you a foghorn. Hooray! Oh yeah, there is a very high, kind of distorted-y clip on the hi-hat, isn't there? I could just hear that. I really like the grimy vibe of the drums. Bass is all good. Yeah, good catch there, Thistle. Talking about the very high hi-hat, a bit distorty. Absent says push them a bit far and spend a bit too much time on the lows. That's how it goes. Bass all seems alright, like I'm getting enough punch from the kick, but the bass is all still doing its thing. Maybe like the snare needs a bit of a transient, but the kind of sort of semi-lo-fi kind of groove of it works. I like it. But the snare, there's certainly there you can hear like the snare's losing like all transients at some points, maybe from the limiter and stuff. Mix isn't far off. Would support, says Kai. Yeah. Thistle says kick thumps good, but the top of it is a bit soft and rolly. Jay Breezy, thank you for the follow. Yeah, really like that. Really good groove. Good overall aesthetic. Really, really nice. Bass is all very solid. I wouldn't change the levels of stuff much. I think, to my ears, my main comments of suggestions for what I would change. I think look at that hi-hat that sounds a bit too harsh or something. Try and dial that in. It sounded almost a bit like digital clippy on there's a very high hi-hat. So try and dial that in a bit. And the only other thing I would suggest you look at, in my humble opinion, is the snare. It sounds like it could do with a bit more bite and like attack transients to it. It sounds cool as it is, even without the transient. It doesn't have that snap to it that you traditionally kind of need, but sometimes you can sort of get away without having that. And the whole vibe of it doesn't matter. Like, I was just like, yeah, this is a great groove. It's got this, it's wicked. So you don't want to ruin that. But those are the only things I could think of. Like, overall balance of sounds is okay. Just snare needs to cut through a little bit more to my ears, and with a bit more transient snap to it. Those are the only sort of polishing touches I could think of. Arrangement seemed cool, and that like scary, noisy whatever's going on with that one hi-hat, I'd have a little look at fiddling with that. But other than that, like, absolute banger. Banger.
Oh my gosh.
Certified banger.
Big tune. Hold tight, all the junglists inside the ride.
Alright, this might be time for me to top up my water briefly while we get ready for the next one. I see, who's that? Jay Breezy is in the chat saying, yo, what's good, bro? What's good? Sunshine. It's good. Bike riding is good. How do you submit your song? ! Demos in chat will give you all the info. Basically, upload your song to SoundCloud, post it on my Discord in the demos channel. We're a drum and bass channel, though. That's the music I make and the genre I've worked in for most of my career. So it's best if your music is drum and bass, really. We can have a quick listen to it if it isn't, but I can't give particularly helpful, knowledgeable feedback if it isn't drum and bass. And also, it should not be released anywhere, and not a dodgy remix of something you haven't got permission to remix, like no bootlegs and things. I know it sounds like a lot of rules, but I try and sort of keep it simple. I'm going to hit the be right back button, go to the bathroom and top up my water. So I'll be back in, like, I don't know, 3 minutes or something. Hello, Stints. What My Altered Soul says, wondering how those toe socks would feel while biking. Yes, I don't know. I haven't worn toe socks while biking. We can talk about that next time. Yo, Conclave, not sure how I've managed to get here in time for this. Hey, good to see you. We haven't, if you've posted another tune, we haven't got to it yet. We haven't had any Conclave rinse outs yet today, so maybe we'll get lucky later. Right, quick break, back in a minute, talk among yourselves. I'm going to hit an ad as well, so see you in a sec. Bye.
Don't you fire, 'cause it's a wipe. I gotta get that gas and a that's a high. Hold your fire, 'cause it's a wipe. I'm gonna play Escape from Tarkov every night. I say the ammo, please, I don't want to die. I need to.
When a friend is to love, you know the rules and it's all to why. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy.
Hold tight to Tarkov Massive. Saluta! Big up the Lighthouse crew. Each and every time bigging up the Tarkov Massive inside the place. Yes, yes. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Murking all the traders just like the Grim Reaper. Lyrics cut you up so much you need a Saliwa. Don't know who I am, well you should go ask Nikita. Selling all electricals, extremely top tier. Military technicals, nobody is cheaper. When you need computer parts, you come to see me. Keeping all your money, now the wife is getting me. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Shouting hold your fire just like the John Deere. Checking me at Lighthouse, I'm the #1 dealer. Insurance too expensive, now you got the give here. Living on a lighthouse in an island on the sea. Sell my secret life straight, gonna get a harmony. If you're not a scout, then you are PMC. Big up all of the team in the BSG.
I got a fever for the lucky man. I got a fever for the lucky man. I got a fever for the lucky man. I got a fever, I got a fever.
inertia, then you must be live streamer. Scaring off the traders and the actor in the flea. Big up all the scap, we can worry, gum chica break. MC like keep her lyrics coming in your ear. Running out of fuel, you better get an idea. Lighthouse looking hot, you're gonna get your on a fever. Reading all the patch notes, it's my favorite time of year.
I got a fever, I got a fever.
Hold tight to Tarkov Basia. Saluta.
I got a fever, I got a fever.
Look at the Lighthouse crew. Each and every time we get up the Tarkov Basia inside a place. Yes, yes. Absolutely, we care, we care, we care, we care.
Sorry. Yes, I'm filming this in 2.4K today. 60 frames. Hui.
Oh my gosh.
Yo! Alright, I'm in. We're in. We're in the place. How y'all doing? Should we have a quick chat before we get rolling on? Conclave has just joined the chat. He's moving house today, saying hope the link still works. Just managed to check, we're good. The link is up to date. In the midst of moving house today and using a laptop tethered to mobile. Oh wow, crikey! When do we get to yours? Oh, you're next after this one. Okay, great, cool. Right, we shall do this one here. Ray and Salvage, make your choice. Let's put the old thing on. We're on the demos today. It's the demos. Hello, Fakey. Right, okay, so we've got something here from Ray and Salvage. Then after this, we're on to Conclave, so he joined just at the right time. Here we go. Let's see. I always find we get quite a few from Ray and Salvage, and his artwork is always his face. And like I'm sitting here listening to the music, looking at the artwork and everything, and it's like he's looking right at me, looking me in the eye. So I feel even more weird doing my feedback. Jan Vazi says only beat feedback. We're doing feedback listening session for drum and bass demos from unreleased songs.
You can have the one
Yeah, he's like, you got feedback for me?
hate the most.
Better make it good. Oh, nice. Oh, that's a good vibe. Oi. Low end is the issue for me on this one. I'm not getting any like proper. There is a sustained low sub there, but it's too quiet, and you really need it like. I love the groove. I love the sort of the lazy. Bit of filtering on the bass sound thingy there.
You hate the most.
He's got a good swoosh and a boom there. We can take a quick listen to it, John Vancy, if we get time, but it's not really the kind of music I'm into, so I won't be able to give you that helpful kind of feedback, apart from, that's cool. We'll see. I'm here to help, so I'll give it a go. I don't think I've ever heard emo trap, so Breakdown came at the right point. So I think all I can say on this one, really, I really like the groove. Like, it's a real head nodder, good, like, skanker kind of tune. Main thing is it seems like it's really lacking the low end weight on my setup. I can hear there's a low sustained sub note in there, but it's not loud enough to me. So it's one of those ones where, you know, people with different monitoring setups have different perceptions. Like, where he's listening to this at home, while staring at me with those seductive eyes, the bass is probably louder in his room, on, you know, his speakers, his room and all that. There's probably more reverberation or whatever, so the bass sounds louder. But I like it. Good fun. Drums are nice and dry. Variation, really good groove. Like, this song's about the groove, and it's a cool groove. But there's something missing big time in the low end to give you that big punch, and that would really, really smash it if you could sort that out. So I'm not sure if the long, low, sustained bass note is going to do it. Because that's going to make it less punchy if you turn that up, unless you really got the side chaining nice. But it's that there isn't any bass information in that, so that's what I would look at working on, to be honest, if you were doing that. Yep, that's the one. So yeah, really like that. Shard, Ray Salvage, wicked groove. I would just have a look at your mix on the low end on that one, really. Bit complicated because of the sounds you got, but banger, good work. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we're on to Conclave. I'll just check some chat stuff before we start on this. I'm Jet521 says, hello, I just want to let you know I just followed you, by the way, while you're offline. Did you? But I'm online now, so that doesn't quite make sense. Let me see if you're telling the truth. I don't see anybody called I am Jet following me while I was offline in the last 2 days. So my bot Spidey sense, I'm down to 6 days ago. I don't see any follows from someone called whatever they claimed to be called. Have they just vanished? I'm Jet521. I see no I am Jet521 in recent follows anywhere. I'm not fully disagreeing. I'm just doing some sleuthing here because I'm like, my bot radar is getting a bit botty. Please excuse me. Are you going to ask me about logo design? Anyway, welcome in. Cool. Good to see you. You're not sure? All right. You could always unfollow me and then follow me again, and then we're cool. Yep. All good. Anyway, welcome in. I'm Jet521 to the Twitch. Hello to Stints420. Miss Octopus. Yo. Good to see your streams have been going well, Miss Octopus. Wishing you all the best. My Altered Soul is talking about the last tune we had there. Said, had me bouncing. I need that one when it drops for real. Yeah. And Jan Vazzy earlier on, who just jumped in, I think, for the first time. I'm curious where you found our channel from, Jan Vazzy. Asking to submit their tune, but it's an emo trap one. So I'm up for listening to it if you're going to be hanging around. Yeah. I'm Jet is a singer, music producer and songwriter from the Philippines. Aha! Cool, good stuff. Okay, you're officially not a bot, I can tell now. So congratulations, you get this stamp of you are not a bot and you are welcome here. Thank you very much. Greetings to the Philippines crew, each and every time. So we're listening to people's demos today, listening to them all together and doing a bit of feedback and stuff. Drum and bass music, because that's what I do. It's what I know about more than other stuff, so I can usually have some useful things to say. So This song here from Conclave is called Desire. This is the one that uses only 8 channels. And he says, I asked for more top end and 16th note bass and more instances of the vocal. So he has done my feedback. All right, let's hear. Let's do it. Yes, the John B capture. Do you see a crosswalk? Where's the crosswalk? Where's the stairs in this image? Is there a staircase in this image? 1 in the chat for yes, 2 for no. Here we go. Right. So Conclave made this using only 8 channels, which is pretty difficult. I liked it last time. Had a few suggestions. Imagine like I'm like, thanks for doing the suggestions. I've decided it was a bad idea. I liked it more before. Really? This is not about impressing me, by the way. I'm just like trying to help you get your tunes over the line and give you another pair of ears and suggestions and things like that. Yeah, you're waiting for me to be like, why did you add 16th note bass? It was so much better without that. You told me to. Oh. Let's go! What idiot told you to turn the bass up? It was fine before. They don't know anything. Really like the vocal in the drop there, that's good. Really cool edit. Turned it down a little bit there. Waiting for the yawn. Nice switches and moves. Really like the way you cut out stuff before the little drops in the edits. Stint says, good work, I'd play that. Thistle has a comment saying the buzzy bass is very wide in comparison to the others and sticks out oddly. I think my favourite stuff about this is the edits. Some really nice edits. Let's see what we've got coming up here. Oh. You added an extra bar. I'm not a huge fan of the snare, but it sounds alright. Or a sort of open hi-hat-y thing. Like the... Jerry Clive says I can imagine a remix of this. Good, you got the 16th bass. That's a good punchy bass, that. The sub you got there, it's nice work. Zach Meow says, this is dope. Sodi says, dig the chord progression is nice and moody. Nice tune. Rollmops says, the snare's good. It does its job as a snare. Zach says, early 90s new wave vibe on the drum edits and sound. I love this. Lots of good comments there from the chat, and I agree. Really, really cool tune there. Good work. I think my favourite bits are the edits. I think they're really cool, especially the just before the drop, where it all chops out and the vocals like, you're my desire. I think the vocals really cool. You've got the bass is more punchy than I remember it. I like all the edits and everything. I'm not a super duper mega fan of the snare, but it does its job and it works and cool. There's nothing in it I'm like, oh, you've got to change that. You really need to change that. So I think that's great work, mate. Big up to the Conclave. That one's called Desire, and it's important to note that he did that as a challenge and only using 8 tracks in the software. When you think most of my tunes I use over 100, that's an incredible feat, really, to sort of work under such constraints and come up with a really good, presentable, proper tune. Really good mix down and everything. So well done there, mate. Big up to the Conclave. And good luck with the house moving stuff today. Thanks for tuning in, even though you're in the middle of full of boxes and all of that. I appreciate it, and thanks for giving us your music to listen to. I think we all really enjoyed that one. So big up to the Conclave. Conclave streams as well. So let me do you a shout out. A shout out to the Conclave. I'll spell it right. Yep. There you go. Everyone that's in the Twitch chat right now, click on that link. Give the man a follow. Good luck. Yeah, good luck with all the boxes and everything. That's efforts. Sorry, I can hear stuff going on out there. Some banging. I think it's Magda's doing gardening, or she hasn't shut the window on me. It's chaos. It's chaos. It's chaos for you. It's chaos for me. I've got a semi-retired wife doing gardening works, smashing up the gaff. Right. What's going on here? Next one, we've got Lache. That's a good name because it sounds like Lache, like I'm out on the lash, but it's spelled Lache. Let's get this in position before we start it off. The VOD of you making the 8-track is up on your channel. Oh, cool. Good, yeah. So if you guys follow the link I just posted there, you can check out Conclave on Twitch and look on the VODs, the video on demand, and you can see him making that track. The struggle of fitting everything into 8 tracks in use Ableton, don't you? So that would be nice. Big up the Conclave. Okay, next one. We have Lache Concentrate 4x4 version 7. He says, hi there, I've got a track that I'm wanting feedback on. Okay, let's do it. We'll give you some feedback. Concentrate. Nice pad. Sounds nice and loud. Concentrate. Oh, the visuals. Concentrate. Actually. For once, it's not the flipping Pepsi thing all the time. Concentrate. Sounded good so far. Concentrate. I really like the concentrate vocal. Concentrate. 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 BM Shifty in the chat says, what's a good DAW to use for a beginner? If you've got a Mac, GarageBand, get your head around the basics of stuff. A lot of people use Fruity Loops. I don't know. I use Logic, which is pretty high-end, complicated. But I think GarageBand is a good one if you've got a Mac. If you've got a PC, I don't know. Fruity Loops. Lots of people seem to use Fruity Loops who don't seem to be like mad technical-minded people, and they get good results. So maybe give that a bash. Concentrate. 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 Nice ahead there. Sounds like this is a bit loud. I'm expecting to have a bit of a overly crushed master in a second. Let's see. Flip the switch. Oh. It's a 4/4.
Flip the switch.
getting any drum and bass, or is it a 4/4 drum and bass? I'm not a fan of finger click snares personally. Finger clicks a bit too quiet. Not a huge amount of low end. Not on a kick either.
It was beautiful.
I like how it swaps down into like, oh, that edit.
Switch.
Hey. Switch. Remember, kids, you've always got to put in a lyric that says switch when you do a switch, so people know it's a switch. Subclass stream is proven wrong. It is going into drum and bass. I'm glad it did. I like the atmospheric stuff. In your face. In your face. Bam. It's getting a yawn. Remember, if I yawn, it doesn't mean I don't like it. It just means I'm a tired old bastard. Running Resistance is watching. Just come back from the swim. He'll be back in 15-20 minutes. Yeah, what can I say? I love all the atmospherics, very nice and wide. The concentrate vocals, cool. It sounds very mature and all that. I'm not a huge fan of like 4/4 stuff in drum and bass, but it does seem popular now with the goods and stuff. It's almost like becoming another genre in itself. I think when it switches to drum and bass, it's not convincingly good enough on the drum and bass side. The snare needs to be louder. I'm not a fan of finger clicky snares either. And I think it needs a more snappy snare when it goes drum and bass. I really like the contrast between the wide, wet atmospherics and certain points when it really strips down into like tight, dry 4/4 bits. Yeah, the finger click bit's all right here. I felt like the switch up bit happened at a bit the wrong point, like I don't know, 4 bars too late or something. That might have been because I wasn't paying attention, I don't know, but the switch up... when stuff switches like that way, I wouldn't have such a long 4/4 section personally, but I haven't listened to a lot of these 4/4 and then drum and bassy tunes, so I don't know what the like current meta is. I said, if I'm judging this bit now, like it's all a bit crushed, like... It all sounds nice and loud, which is good, but the limiter's all pushed hard. The snare's getting squished. The snare isn't snappy enough. I think the choice of snare sound is not what it should be. The bass is going off to the left. The bass is like got some funny stereo going on, so you need to deal with that and have the bass more mono-y, or at least equally wide, not slightly off on one side. And also, if you're switching to a sort of jump-up type pattern, this is switching to a more like droney bass pattern, which is welcome, but I don't know, that doesn't seem to be what people do when they're doing that sort of thing where it goes switch. So I think... my first thoughts on what I would suggest if you wanted to listen to me and thought I knew what I was talking about would be maybe not such a long 4/4 section. Maybe do away with the finger clicks and try something like an 808 909 clap or something like that. And then in the drum and bass section, I would look at a different kind of snare, either what you went with if you switched it there or something else, but a bit more of a decent drum and bassy snare. Or maybe just like really distort and add a transient or something to the finger click thing. And then I don't know if I'm really into what you've got going on as your bass in the drum and bass section. And certainly the stereo stuff you need to look at there. But overall, got a lot of potential with this, for sure. Sounds really cool and sounds really professional. The synths and the atmospherics and the concentrate vocal and how the contrast between the wide, wet atmospherics to then the like tight 4/4-bit is wicked. I think that'll go down really well with like people that are into that. I think it switches into drum and bass a bit later than it should, but that might just be a personal thing. I might be wrong there. And I think you need to look at your mix down in the drum and bass section because it's not quite cutting it. I think could be fixed by switching the snare, putting the snare higher in the mix, more transients, and also looking at how the bass is side chained off to give the kick more room, and maybe like replacing the bass patterns kind of. That's my sort of thoughts on that one. But I really like that. I think there's a lot of potential in it, and like the overall quality of it is really, really good. And for the most part, you've like absolutely nailed it. So good work there, Lache or Lache. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right. Give you a hooray. Give you a foghorn. Rave horn. The chat. Rollmops says, so do you just pull less from the limiter or mix more quiet to be less crushed in this example? Yeah, you just have to like listen, and if you've got a limiter on your master chain, you shouldn't really be crushing it too much. Like the busier the track is, the more you put the limiter on, the more stuff it's going to fuck up. But like if you've got a simple sort of 2-step and bass track, you can maybe push it higher and get away with it more if there's more room to do it. But like people that really, really nail their mixes don't do much on the master chain at all. Like your nailing it right is more to do with your overall mix and your overall balance of sounds before you even get to the master chain. It's sort of like I mean, I don't do too much on mine. I sort of bit of light compression to glue stuff together, a bit of global EQ if I think in general it just needs a bit more tops or something, or needs a boost in a certain area, and then a bit of limiting to try to squeeze a bit more loudness out of it, and that's about it. Like that's all that master chains generally really are. Like I was talking to a friend of mine's dad the other day, and he came over, and he's been a world-class mastering engineer from the 70s right through to now, and he had a very like simple approach to everything, just listening carefully and just adding very light touches where it made the most difference. And I think anyone would say, like, if you need to do any major shit on the master, you're better off going back to your mix and correcting the shit in the mix rather than just saying, oh, I'll whack loads of limiting on it and everything. You just need to listen. John B, also 2023, yeah. Clipper and limiter is just shaving off the top of the peaks and pushing it in for some pleasing slight extra drive, says Thistle. Yes. Cool. Right, we're on to Asterlock now. Another artist who I've discovered through these sessions and have signed a single to my label. Some very, very nice synthwave that also happens to be drum and bass. Hello, Juan Perron. First time in the chat. Says, hi everyone, finally managed to catch a live show. Respect John B. Hello, welcome in, Juan Perron. Welcome. Also, Little Mozzie, thank you for the follow. That's a new person in the follows crew. Conclave in the chat says, not sure I mentioned this, but anyone using an L2 from FabFilter, when you use it and are watching gain reduction and then use oversample, you're going to add more dB the higher oversample you go, and in turn you increase gain reduction and remove transients. Higher oversample you go. Right, roger that. Oh, and hello Jill Ninja. I saw Jill popping in the chat when I was in the middle of talking about something or other. Hope you're doing all right, Jill. Hope the GCSE family massive are doing all right in the exams. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. We're doing a demos listening stream today. It's demos listening time. So, comments here. So this song, comments Asterlock has said, is new week, new mix, and a shorter arrangement. Cut 45 seconds of excess. Alright. Let's see. Show me what you got.
Show me what you got.
Show me what you got. The Wizard says, okay, nice. I think I showed up just in time. Asterlock's right before your track. Ah, cool. You've got a track in as well. Lovely. Okay, here we go. We're in. Let's see. Get ready for some synthwave. Put your futuristic robot sunglasses on. Oh, sounding a bit quiet. Oh, is the master chain... or have I just turned it down on my headphones? I'm not sure if I'm not listening to it loud enough in my headphones. Thanks for the follow, Matty boy. Cowbells. Love the saxophone. Last Molker says this gives me Ready Player One vibes. Wow, there's a lot going on in that. Like, that's as busy as my kind of stuff, and so I feel your pain in like trying to wrestle it into submission. There's, I don't know what's on your master chain here. Like, it sounded, some of it sounds like weirdly distant, and like not loud enough, kind of. I definitely thought at the end there the lead saxophone and the guitar were lost in the mix. They need to be louder. They're too quiet. I don't know what you've got on your master chain, but I think it needs more pushing on limiters and things like that. It sounded too quiet, and I think that would probably fix a fair bit of it, like pushing stuff just up. Bit of... Some of it just sounds a bit like distant. Like the cowbells are lovely, but they're sort of lost a bit. Like lots of the things I like are kind of lost in the mix somehow, and I don't know how I would approach. Like a Thistle had some helpful hints there about sort of drawing everything back. It's hard. Like everything there is great. I love the tune, all the parts, all the sounds. The sounds are really, really good. It sounds like everything's a bit mushing into each other a bit, with maybe a bit too much reverb on a lot of things, and that might be contributing to the overall vibe I'm getting of some of the sounds sound a bit too distant rather than in your face. Like I was turning it up and up to try to like counteract that. I mean, it sounds like there's too much going on, but there really isn't that much. There's a lot of like higher end synth stuff and maybe not as much mid things, so there might be a bit of things there. I felt like the cowbells could be a bit louder. They're really nice. I love the kick and this. I love the drums. I love the subs. It's sort of like lots of the things I like just didn't feel like they were loud enough, but that's kind of like everything. So I don't know if that's just you just look at it on the master chain. I think sort of trying to do some hardcore looking at all your frequencies and bits and bobs of how the track's all put together and dial back on a lot of the reverb might help. I thought the saxophone, because the saxophone solo is so amazing and so is the electric guitar at the end, they felt a bit too quiet and a bit swamped by everything else. So try turning them up, but then you turn them up, everything else suffers. So I don't know. It's like there's a lot of mix struggles to get this one. I think it's worth doing because it's a brilliant tune. All the musicality and all the melodies and arpeggios and the bass line, everything's spot on. It's just so complicated. I don't envy your job of trying to get this into sort of I mean it sounds amazing as it is, it sounds great as it is, but I know it could sound so much better if you somehow improved the mix, but it's really hard to put my finger on how to go about that. Canity says sounds a little thin, not sure how to explain it better. I think there might be a bit of a gap somewhere in the like mids, low mids ish. There's a really good solid kick and snare, really good solid bass, but there's a lot of stuff that's a bit higher up and there's less stuff there. I do that a lot too. There's a lot of similarities with how you work and how I do, and similar problems we face in our music. Thistle also says I would high key recommend Pro R to clean up the reverb while keeping it in the same vibe. I haven't ever used Pro R, but I have heard good things. So yeah, I don't know what I can say there, Asterlock. I really, really, really like this, and I love your stuff because I love the synthwave vibe, like super duper mega professional synthwave, but done in a drum and bass framework. But I know as well as you do, it's difficult to do synthwave convincingly at drum and bass tempo because you're more used to working at 4/4, and you've got a lot of stuff going on that all competes with each other for like dynamics and just being heard. So yeah, it's just like wrestling with the levels and everything. My overarching thing was it just, a lot of the sounds just sounded all engulfed by everything else, and they sounded a bit distant and a bit too reverby. I don't know if they were, but like that's just sort of the aesthetic I got, where it could be a lot more punchy because the drums and the bass line you've got are very, very punchy. And that's like a strong point, and like that's really important for drum and bass. You know, I know you're not trying to abide by the normal rules of dance floor drum and bass here, but if you made sure those bits are covered, like good solid drums and bass sticking out with good dynamics, you can win over people if it happens to be random synthwave sounding. So I don't know if that's helpful, if I'm explaining myself. Asterlock, who's the artist here, says, I'll recheck the chord synths first, go through the reverbs and see if I can carve some more low-mid crunch. I'm fairly certain that it's one of the keys, which is why it feels like lacking energy. Right, that sounds sensible. Thistle says, my last take, and take this as a last resort, but this should help. Group elements together by what kind of sound it is, chords, leads, drum, percussion, main hits, pads, etc. Balance every single one of those groups without effects, like reverb and isolation for each group. Then print each of those groups to a stem, bring those stems into a new session and balance all those stems together. Yeah, like that's, once you're committed to the notes that are being played and everything, you can force yourself to be a stem masterer, and you basically, yeah, I mean, but you can do that without stem mastering it. You can just do it by bussing things and then mixing with your buses. But that is a good way to just be brutal, is bounce out your stems, so your bass, your kick, your snare, the rest of your drums, your keys, your vocals, your synths, your effects, and then you just start a new project, load them all in, and then you've got less shit to sort of concentrate on, and you can just be ruthless about your side chaining and EQing and everything like that. But it's a lot of work. You've got an amazing tune there, but it's because there's so much cool stuff going on, it makes it more and more difficult to dial everything in. So Godspeed, my friend. Godspeed. So thank you very much for that one, Asterlock. Artist name Interrupter. Forthcoming on Beta Recordings, another Interrupter release coming soon. Watch this space. We're signed up now, ready to go. Right, here we go. This is Wizard. Are you here, Wizard? I saw Wizard here. Wizard's giving us a non-drum and bass track, though. Wizard? Why is it not drum and bass? Sounds good, though. We'll have a quick listen, but... I'm not a techno producer or DJ, so I can't really, you know. Are those sorts of basses common in techno? Not really like any techno I listen to much.
Find the truth. We will be careful to distinguish speculation from fact.
I like the bonk, 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 bonk. I listen to a fair amount of techno, but I'm not a hugely knowledgeable fan of what's current and everything, but that do, there's a lot of sounds here that I would never expect to hear in a released techno tune. Like the bring, 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 bring. And your kick has got to be absolutely spot on for
we will not be afraid
techno.
to speculate, but we will be careful to distinguish speculation.
It's a remix, you don't have the individual parts of the track. It sounds cool. The kick doesn't sound... I would say, yeah, I mean, you know, I'm a drum and bass producer, not a techno person, but I do like techno and I do listen to a fair amount. It doesn't sound professional enough to be released. I think a lot of the sounds sound a bit out of place and a bit sort of like amateurish-y preset-y, like that boom 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 thing and all that. Like I can't think of hearing that in a techno tune. If you are going to use that, you need to have some mad effects on it or something to give it more of a vibe. Kick is a bit woolly, just sounds a bit preset-y. Some of the effects, stab sounds and everything aren't quite in the right key to all go together. So I'd look at that. It's sort of like a collection of random riffs and things that don't necessarily fit. Good beat and everything, but like, you know, I don't really know what I'm talking about because I'm not massively into modern techno, but that doesn't sound like modern techno to me. I mean, it works, it's a sort of 4/4 tune, but I don't know, I would look at kick's not doing it for me, so I'd have a look at changing the kick. I'd get rid of that funny riff on top or put more effects and things on it. Bit of mastering. I like the that comes in every now and then. It's got a bit of a voguing vibe about it. So yeah, a bit of mastering would help glue it all together for sure. Bit of a compressor on the end would help squeeze things together a little bit. But yeah, good work. Like, it's complete. You know, does what it says on the tin kind of thing. I think if you're making more stuff like that, if it was me, I'd work more on the kick, trying to have a more like convincing solid kick rather than sort of more low end woolly, and I'd think more about what's going on with the stabs and the high end and stuff, and try and I don't know, add more like sprinkles of production value on top and things like that. And what I say about anything, A/B test it. What's good techno around now? What do you listen to? Compare yours with theirs. Listen to how they differ. Try and work out what the differences are, why yours is different, what it lacks in comparison. Have a folder of tunes that you like that are your vibe, and compare your tune to them, and compare your kick to their kick. Compare the length of the song, the arrangement to theirs. That kind of thing, really. That's my recommendation. But thanks for sending that in, Wizard. Appreciate it. I don't really make it clear enough sometimes, but it's meant to mainly be drum and bass promos on here anyway, so you don't have to listen to anything I said there, because I don't know what I'm talking about when it's not drum and bass. So you can tell me to get in the sea. But thanks anyway. I appreciate it. Good work. Keep it up. I hope that wasn't too unhelpful. So we have another one here from Loma. This is back to some drum and bass. Big up to the Wizard. Thank you for sending us your tune. I'd love to hear some drum and bass from you. If you have a bash, that would be good. I think we'd all be interested in hearing some drum and bass from Wizard. And we probably have more helpful feedback to give as well, really. CB Radio says Speedy J and Ellen Alien are your go-to techno, but Joey is the Don for sure. Claude Von Stroke, yep. Dave Clark is my favourite techno DJ. Sounding very nice, Loma. Nice bit of fuzz on top of the bass there. Oh, and if you're still there, Wizard, bit of distortion and saturation on your sounds would go a mile as well. One thing about that track was everything sounded like very pure, like straight out of the box kind of thing. So adding some character with distortion and saturation and all that can make quite a big difference if everything is a bit more like drum machiney and, you know, synthy obvious sample stuff. I think that could help make your sound a bit more organic and sort of raw. I think that would be quite a big help for you to look at. You know, that works. That's true for drum and bass and techno. I'd definitely have a bash with that, and a bit more use of reverb and things too. That can help, and sort of interesting constructive reverb that's then got side chaining on afterwards and compression and weird shit. That can, because a lot of techno is sort of what gives it the character is interesting, inventive use of effects and things like that. So there's a few extra thoughts I had. I hope that's helpful. But I think they'd have a big effect on your sound if you had that. Yes, what Conclave says there. Add a parallel saturation channel. Yeah, that's very good advice, Conclave, for Wizard. This one's sounding great, Loma. I think the snare could be a couple of dB louder. Only thing I can come up with so far, Loma, is turn your snare up. 400 as Nadal, thank you for the follow. Yeah, more samurai vibes, says Kai. Nice, breakdown happened exactly when it should. And without any crazy rises or anything, it's just came in spot on. Really nice atmospherics as usual. What's happening? Oi. Wah, 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 wah. Needs like... Wah. Ew. I think it needs an extra characterful, noisy, distorted-y top bass thingy to come in there. That, like Thistle was saying, introducing a new element halfway through the drop. One Peron says slightly touching Photex territory. I think those... I think it's because the snare needs to be slightly louder. I think they sound a bit too loud in comparison, but only slightly. Mix is great, bass is spot on, nice low subs. Kick is still kicking through it. Yeah, I think the clink chang is just a bit too loud. Anuna CY is agreeing with me. Good stuff. That slightly phased drum edit could be a little bit louder too. It's not here yet. Is it here? Not that one, it's the other one. Oh, I like that pad you've got in the background there. Yeah, so Loma, my comments, I think turn the snare up a little bit, maybe like 2 dB. I think it's slightly not quite loud enough. The clanky atmospheric things that come in, slightly too loud for me. So turn them down a bit. I think in combination with turning the snare up and turning them down a bit, that'd be good. And then where you've got the breakdown, I think it'd be nice to introduce another interesting noisy bass element on top. Like keep your sub bass and everything as it is. I'm thinking something on top a bit like foghorny or something, which you could possibly introduce in the breakdown, like with a big filter, so it's like sort of maybe something like that. Or just when it kicks in, have a bash at a sort of, you know, that sort of Goddardy brass bass thingy that I've been doing in some stuff, like find a sort of brass sound off massive, loads of distortion and that and reverb, and like cut off all the low end. Something mid-rangey as an additional bass foghorny type sound on top at the second drop, I think could be worth a shout. Or a sort of a rave stab type thing, something more like the Vamp, something more percussive but bit of verb on the end or whatever, or like Dave Clark Red 3 kind of with a bit of a river, like sort of, that might be a bit too aggressive, but something, I think add a something and the second drop would be nice. It's not like super necessary, but yeah. So basically turn the snare up a little bit. If you're asking me, turn the snare up a little bit, turn the clonky atmospheric stabby thingies down a little bit, and then have a look at adding an additional bassy type effecty foghorn or stab or something or other in the second drop. That would nail it for me on that one. But it sounds really, really good. Love it, as always. Really cool. Love the atmospherics. Love the break work. Very like mature and restrained and good, solid, good mix, good proper basses there. Bass pattern does exactly what it needs to do. It's not too all over the place. It's just like holds the line. So great work. Thank you very, very much to Loma.
Thank you very much.
Creative B34ST says maybe the background vocals could have come a bit earlier, right? I don't remember many vocals. I mean, there was sort of just a general wash of interesting, nice atmospherics and everything. So they all seem to be sitting fine as they were, right? Okay, next one. Let's see how many we've got left here. Strange Brew 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. Right. Ghost Katana. Oh, wow, that's yikes. That snare's added to my tinnitus. Fucking hell. This is Rolling Resistance. Are you here? Are you here? Thank you, Rolling Resistance. I'll send my ear doctor bill to you. Sounds alright now, I've turned it down, so sounding good so far, I like this. That's the, like, is it Think, the break? Hey! Oh, that's cool. Got some nice tambourines on it. It's Think, says this all. The break. Big up the Adelaide crew. Hold tight to Glenelg Massive. Big up the Glenelg crew. Each and every time. like the bass addition. I love the the sword swooshing sounds there in the edit. That's really cool. And it works so well with the vibe. I think that bit doesn't quite fit. It's slightly out of tune or something. The bass is very up there. Yeah, really, really good. Well done. Rolling Resistance. I love the sword edit thing. Mix is very clear and upfront, which is good and difficult to do. Bass is very like in my head. Might want to turn the bass down a tiny smidgen, maybe like 1 dB or something. I like the what's a koto? Is that what it's called? The thing that sounds like a guitar, the sort of Japanese instrument. Sounds really nice, but a bit dry and like it's obviously a sample, but like it sounds a bit like too much like a sample. I'd stick some reverb on it to sort of wash it out a bit, and that might improve it a bit. I think in terms of the pattern that it plays, there's the section that goes. I know it's part of the same sample and all that, but that bit doesn't quite fit with the rest of the tune for me. Sorry, excuse me. So I don't know. And then generally just like the bass line, like Thistle said, seems a bit meandering. I kind of agree. Like it's cool. It's a nice vibe. Everything's in key. It all does its thing. But it's sort of the choice of bass line, which basically is just sort of dictates the vibe of the tune. Like I'm not 100% behind like the notes the bass is playing. The sounds are all cool and they all work together well. The drums and like the combination of all the sounds, like the palette is cool, great, and you've got a good vibe. And the swords chopping sounds are really neat, the way it ties it all together. But I think if I'm trying to think of like what I would suggest doing it, the snares may be a little bit harsh on the tops. It cuts through beautifully, but a bit, when I first turned it on, I was like, oof, ouch. Might want to roll that back a little bit. I'd have a look at a bit more reverby stuff on the koto sound, maybe remove or change that bit, and maybe try playing a different bass line. The bass sound was cool. If it was down to me, I would feel I'd be like, I'm not 100% sure about what I've played on the bass line there. I'm not really. I'd try to like play something else, but there may not be something else that works quite right. But that's all I can think of really. It sounds really, really cool though, and I love the vibe. It's very different and it all works, and the mix is good. So yeah, big up on that one. Give you a dinner and a hooray, and you can have a horse. We haven't had a horse yet today. So thank you very much to Rolling Resistance for that one. Ghost Katana. Alright. What's next? Zach, Meow. Alright. What's this then? Let's see. Show me what you got.
Show me what you got.
Good overall mix, everything's balanced pretty well. Nice vocal. I I'm not a huge fan of that kind of snare with the pitchy, saturation-y bit.
Myself more alive tonight than ever, 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 ever.
Oh, so these are original vocals, are they? Really nice vocals, very well recorded, fitting well in the mix. Sorry, I got my phone out earlier, it vibrated, I had to check something. I was still listening. Evanescence vibes, says my awful song. Yeah, like the vocal does have a hint of that. Shakers unnecessary in that bit, I think, when the other drums had gone. I like all kind of drum and bass Rollmops. If I like it, I like it. Right across the board. Oh wow, good for you, flying Reeves to America for a show. Good lad. Is that you, Zach? That's some good hair. What's up, Anuna CY? I'm not sure I said hello to you when you first appeared. Yeah, it's a boop snare, isn't it? The shakers there. Hear that bit there? That's a little thing I would do when your other drums, you cut them out. You've got the shakers still running. I usually cut them out when I sometimes I do the same thing, and I've cut the kick and the snare out and forgotten to cut out the tambourine thingies. So I would personally cut. It's rare I tell people to remove the tambourines, but I think I'd give that a shout. I'll just play you again. Here, there. I mean the tambourines. Yeah, there's not a lot I can say to this. It's very well produced, sounds great. The vocals are really good vocals, really well recorded, good pitch, everything sits nicely. Only thing, I think what lets it down a bit is the snare. Like, the snare's kind of a good snare, but I don't really like those kind of snares too much, and you don't really hear them in that sort of a drum and bass tune. Like, it's more of a neurofunk kind of snare than a sort of rolling kind of, I don't know, what's this, like, sort of uplifting Euro. It's sort of high energy-ish, liquid, futuristic-y, spacey kind of vibe. I would, if it was me, I'd sort of try to go for a sub-focusy, dimension-y kind of snare. And also, I think the bass... I'd maybe look at having the bass be a bit more percussive and 16-notey than sort of low neuro-y. I mean, the bass is all really good here. Like, don't ignore that. But no risers or anything there. Is that a deliberate choice? Oh, there's some chat there. So Zach is from Atlanta. He's playing Dragon Con, so he's going to fly Reebs over that. That'll be cool. My Altered Soul. Oh, you know MJ. Yep, he's had me out in Atlanta many times. Big up to the MJ. Rolling Resistance, whose track was the previous one, says, thanks for the feedback. Inclined to agree, read the bass line pattern. Focus has been on the drums, which were made using samples I took from the Korg Elect Tribe and the Think Break. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think the bass on the previous one, Rolling Resistance, the bass line is worth having a look at. It's fine as it is, but it might make a big change if you worked on that some more. So regarding this one, again, this is just my thoughts. I don't know everything. I'm just telling you how I feel. You don't have to listen to me at all. The only thing that I'm not massively into, which does make a big difference in the vibe of the tune and like how everyone would perceive it, is the choice of the snare. And I only really like those sorts of snares with like a saturated pitch element, kind of in neuro sorts of tunes. They're used a lot in those sorts of tunes, but not in this kind. So I'd try and get yourself a snare that's a bit more sort of, you know, Viper recordings-y, metric-y, sub-focus-y, dimension-y, sort of. It's still synthetic with a good solid fundamental and white noisy tail and a nice snap transient and everything, but without that sort of obvious pitchy element to it. I think that would help, and it sort of, even though it sits well okay in the mix, it sort of sticks out like a bit of a sore thumb to me. And when everything else is so lovely, I think it sort of it doesn't ruin it, but you know what I mean, like it sort of I think it lets the rest of it down a bit to me. Like I'm looking for things to try and suggest to change to improve it, so it's not a deal breaker or anything like that. But if you're asking for my feedback and things I would change if it was my song, I'd do that. It's perfectly fine as it is, for sure. Sounds great. The vocals are lovely. Yeah, big up to Zach Meow. Hopefully that's helpful. I think we all loved that one. It sounded really, really good. Really, really professional. Lovely vocals. Really good production. Really nice mix. Nice stereo. Great work. So big up. Make some noise. We've got Shivaxi in the chat. How's it going, mate? Good to see you. Big up the Twitch partner, Massive. Big up the stateside crew. Anuna says maybe try to have one part of the track without the voice, although it's cool, would be an idea to try out, so when it comes back it's even cooler. Yep, that's a shout. Miss Octopus said that was a hot tune. Rollmops says constructive yo. Zach says it's a snare I got from Zardonic. Aha, oh, that's nice of him to give you it. That explains it's
one meme, one real cheeky smiley face. Hope that's okay and you enjoy.
Yo Shivaxi is in with a tier 3. Come on, that's huge. Thank you very much, Shivaxi, for the support for 9 months. Thanks for all the support and the raids and the support in general here on my Twitch over the years. Much appreciated, Shivaxi, and thanks for a tier 3. That's a big one. That's huge. Oh, and you've got some demos in here as well. Beautiful. Yep, should get to them today. There's still quite a lot more to get through, and we go through chronologically so I don't lose my place or skip anyone out or anything. Amazing said to wait till he gets back from work, which would be 5 o'clock, which is now. Are you here, Amazing? Are you here? It's your song next. If Amazing isn't here, we'll skip to Kai and then we'll go back, because Amazing did say earlier on that he had to go to work and he would be back, so to wait for him. I'm waiting. If I don't hear from Amazing in 10 seconds, we're going to jump to Kai and then we'll go back to Amazing. All right. Yep, big up, Zach. Thank you very much for your tune. Love that. Great work. Let me know if you do any more work on it. Right, so we've got something here from Kai. Thistles, heading off, feeling a bit burned out. I need to go sort out any plans. Good luck. I feel you. I had a bad week. I'm feeling all right today, but the last couple of days I've been on a real fucking struggle mentally. Nothing in particular like triggered me, but I just went properly down and was just really not feeling anything. So I don't know if it's all this lovely weather out there fucking making me depressed. I don't know what it is, but yeah, just take some time and have a bit of a chill and hope you have a nice dinner. Big up to the Thistle crew. Big up to the Burnout crew. I think we're all a bit burned out, aren't we? We'll get there in the end. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Right. Here we go. We have a song from Kai, which is called To the Stars. It's a demo. I love these arpeggios. Beautiful. I absolutely love these arpeggios. They're beautiful. Bally Booth says, have I been in the sun? I've caught the sun. Ah, thank you. I have a bit, yeah. I haven't been sunbathing, but I've been running. I've been trying to run so that my blood pressure doesn't kill me. Went for a run today. When we had the little dog, we were walking it in the sun a couple of times as well, which helped. Thank you for noticing my suntan, Bally Booth. Nice. Oh, developed it. Hey, you're loving it so far. Hey. Oh, a nice stompy drums. Let's go. With MJ Cole. Does MJ Cole keep his bikes in his UK garage?
System error.
Okay, back to the tune. When the bike mechanic has to repair his bike, but he likes it a lot, does he lift the wheel up? That was not as good. Wheel up.
Oh my gosh. Who wants the rewind? John B is absolutely tearing it up right about
when
now.
You do the wheelie.
Hold tight, all the junglists inside the ride. Make some noise for the man, John B.
Well, I want to play this from the beginning again in a minute. Loma is about to sign off, says his phone battery is about to die. Big up, everyone. Loma's going to start streaming his production sessions in the near future. So if anyone wants to follow, please do. I'll do you a shout out now. Shout out to Loma D&B. If you want to watch some production sessions from him on Twitch, there's the link. Please give the man a follow. I'll just quickly listen to the end bit, but I want to listen to the start again of this. Does the main synth arpeggio come in anymore? So, I loved the synth in the intro here. And and it doesn't happen anywhere else once it drops. Let's listen to it again. Yeah, this is the kind of tune I would love to sign with changes, but it's hard to work out what I want to change. I really love the arpeggio pattern, and I like how you switched it up in the section before it dropped. I don't think you need that vocodery thing. I think that's unnecessary. I think you could do a few tweaks on what notes are in there. I like the higher bit. I love how the bass mirrors the previous arpeggio pattern. I'm not sure that distorted-y vocodery vocal thing is right. Like, I love the intro and the drop and the kick and the snare and the way the bass matches the arpeggio, like, really, really, really good. I love the 4/4 bit as well. I do away with that. Kick is a bit distorted, yeah, but stylistically it's alright. It's a nice chunky weight to it. Oh, there we go, we have got the arpeggio back in here. A nice way to chop out the arcs and just go down to the bass. That's wicked. Yeah, this all will do. I don't have any DMs from you, Thistle, I don't think. Oh, okay. Roger that. Nice. I really like that. Really, really good. Is everything on there clear to use? Or any dodgy samples or anything? Really like the arpeggio and stuff. That's wicked. So, yeah. Give that a round of applause. Let's check this out. Cool, all good to go. All right. Yeah, really like that. I love the arpeggio. Like there was elements in it. Sorry, I've got all distracted here. So did you play the arpeggio and all the main tunes and stuff like that, Kai? No samples and stuff like that. Kai says, try to tease the ARP back then, drop back in again. I like the way it came back and stuff. Like, it's a demo, so if you want to work on it a bit more and everything. I think my comments are more to do with sort of arrangement and stuff, and I'd have to really sit down and work on it a bit to sort of try and explain where I was feeling. But yeah, big up, really like that one, Kai. Thank you very, 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 very much. Next one, another absent one. Okay, nice. I think we've listened to this one before. Subgoth, how you doing, mate? You came back to some whoop, 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 whoop. Yep, will do, Kai, will do, will do. There's potential in that one for sure, really like it. It reminded me of something else, so I need to check if there's a clash in like sample pack things or something. And that's what threw me off. But we could check on that after the stream, Kai. So this is Absent. This song's called Grey. It's a version 2. Nice breakdown happened when we needed it. If you're looking for any of these songs, if you get on our Discord in the demos channel, they're all there. Really nice groove, this. So this is Absent, Grey version 2. Really good, solid bass. Mix sounds nice to me. Snare could be slightly louder, but that's about all I can think of if I'm trying to find fault. Just a really nice, simple, dark rooms groove, isn't it? And cool work on the bass, like keeping it moving and interesting, but it's still there and there's a good like weighty sub under it all. I'm amazing, Spat. Cool, we can skip back to your one after this. Kai's got to drop off for work. Okay, mate. Thank you very much for your tune. Really, really liked it. Thanks for hanging out on the stream as well. Good chat to you after the stream. listening to the intro again. Wicked. I got nothing to say about that one. It's just it's fine. So I really like Absint's stuff. I think he's had some things released already. Apart from maybe turning the snare up a tiny bit, I haven't got any feedback in terms of I think you should change anything. Like, that's spot on. Really good tune. Well done, mate. Really like that. Nice one, brother. Absint. Make some noise for Absint. All right. We have to jump back now to Amazing's song. He was out doing something. We've got his song here. I have a question here. Gav says, what do you need to look for when mixing in sub bass so you don't overshoot and make it loud or not have enough? I just keep trying. I do the tune and listen to it and see if I think the bass is at the right level, and then I'll listen to it on some other speakers and things and see if I still agree. Then I'll listen to it next to other tunes that I know already do sound good and everything's at the right level, and see how mine compares. Listen on headphones, listen on your iPod, AirPod thingies, A/B test with other stuff basically. And you just have to... My tunes now, half of it is when I get the tune done, there's then a bunch of other bounces I do where I've basically turned the bass up another dB or 2 dB, or I've raised... On the master chain, I've, boosted all the tops up a bit more. And I just... You can listen on your headphones, you're like, yeah, this sounds great, and it's cool, and it sounds all right to you there, and then you come back and it's a bit off, and... You just have to keep rendering out lots of different versions with little tweaks after you listen to it somewhere else, change your mind a bit, come back, and then eventually you just decide you've dialed it in enough and you ain't going to improve it anymore, and it's about as good as it's ever going to be. One thing is, like, if you push the bass, if you're getting it mastered, if you are ever going to send it off to get mastered, a mastering engineer told me years ago, like, it's a lot easier for them to like boost the bass, turn things up, than if you've sent them something with too loud bass. It's harder to kind of take stuff away and it still sound good than it is to boost stuff. So if it's getting mastered by someone else, that's lean that way rather than the opposite way. But if you're doing it yourself, you want to get it bang on eventually as best you can. If it's getting cut to vinyl, there's different things they look at, like making sure the bass isn't too stereo-y and all the weird mystical vinyl cutting things. But yeah, always check, as Subclass says here in the chat, make sure you check on a bunch of different speakers, car, laptop, headphones. Exactly that. That's what I do when I've done a render of a song. I load it onto my Dropbox, and then I access my Dropbox. I listen on my phone as the first thing. I've got like a pretty newish iPhone, like 14, I think is the newest one, which they've got really good speakers on. So it's probably better than shittier phones, but it's a good representation of how a lot of people listen to your music. So you got to check if it sounds okay. And if you've got a very good low sub, it's not going to come through on a phone anyway, so you have to think about adding harmonics and saturation layers and stuff if you want that to be heard on a phone. Obviously, phones is not your main target audience, but it is, depending on what kind of drum and bass you're making, a lot of the kids that are listening to it are going to be blasting it out of their phones, or the first time they hear it will be when they're seeing your song played on an Instagram video, or their mates playing it to you out of their phone or something. So it needs to sound good out of phone speakers, really. And there's no reason why it shouldn't. Like, if it sounds good on lots of other situations, it'll sound good on a phone as well. So yeah, chuck it in Dropbox or something where you can easily check things. Listen on your phone, listen in your car, listen in a car with a shit sound system, listen in a car with a good sound system so you can hear what happens with the bass if it's like mad boomy, which it probably would be if it's a mad like car sound system. Our laptop speakers are very good sort of Dropbox alternative. Any sort of shitty speakers is a good way to hear if anything funny's popping out. But yeah, just check on lots of different speakers, really. and continuously check against other songs too. So anyway, demos time. Alright, something new from our man Amazing. This one's called Ramp Up. Hanson Varkas. Interesting. Are these AI generated artwork? What's this? A man? What is he doing? Is it like crazy golf? Man with no head doing crazy golf? No idea what that is. Your car has an absolute poop sound system, says my altered soul. Perfect. Perfect. There we go, we're driving along in it now. Along the Twin Peaks. Listening to Amazing. Oh, I like this. It's a cool groove. Amazing just typed in ramp up on mid-journey and it gave you that. Very nice and Amazing. Enjoying this. Ols87 in the chat says Liqui. Anuna CY says the track definitely puts me into a parallel universe for a while. My Altered Soul says Amazing, more like amazing. This is a beautiful tune. I like the way you filtered the bass down there. Tastefully done, that's good. Oh, cool, little change. Second snare sounds like the timing's slightly off. The follow-up, or maybe it's because it doesn't have reverb like the other one or something. That second snare when it's like Ols would like to hear this in his car. Oh, that bing! I don't know where that came from. That sounded a bit out of place, maybe. I think the arrangement's going off a little bit here. Altered Soul thought they got a text message when that bing sounded. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that oscillating bass there. Good swooshes there. I really like the this groove, this dum 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 dum, and with the drums, that all sounds good. I feel like this section here, you just like lost me. And the oscillating bass thing, I personally would like this section from about here to here. I'd do something else, like have a nice breakdown that's derivative of those boom 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 boom, something that's derivative from those chords and those arpeggios. Nice breakdown, and then just come back to it and do away with that wah 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 wah. It's like and also the chords and everything, they kind of come out of nowhere. it's a weird choice of synth and everything. Sounds a bit out of place and a bit presetty and all that. So I think my suggestion on this one, Amazing, is chop out this whole section here, where you start going into the wah 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 wah. Chop out those synth chord thingies, and sort of have a different breakdown where maybe you just have the bum 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 on its own, add a different arpeggio on top doing the same sort of thing, and then drop back in. It doesn't need to be 5.5 minutes long either. You can it doesn't need to go on that long. You can just focus on the nice riff that you have. So I would say, yeah, chop out that big section there, get rid of the wah 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 bass, have a nice little breakdown, stick with the motif you already have, and then drop back in again and wrap it up by 4 minutes max, 3.5 would be fine, I think. I really like the boop, 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 boop. That the vocal thing's nice. Keep that, that's good. And also look at the timing on that snare, the follow-up snare thingy. I think it might be slightly a bit too early, but yeah. I like those dubby. That's very still head. If he's still hanging around, I think he'll like them. The sort of dub stabs. Yeah, I like that. Very nice groove there. Thank you very much, Amazing. Jolly good work. Really nice loop. Really nice loop. And the drums with that loop fit really well together. So big up to them, Amazing. I think everyone in the chat was saying nice things there as well. We all appreciated that one. Good work indeed, as always, from them, Amazing. Right, we have Machinatrix here. I remember liking their tune last time. It was a sort of organic-y, ninja tune-y, Charles Peterson-y sort of sounding. Ooh. Ah, Machinatrix is here in the chat. Says a tongue-in-cheek flip of an obscure Finnish tune from the late 90s. Something I can't pronounce. Sa osat siliana pepua vemputa, which roughly translates as, you know how to jiggle my butt like that, for the lols. And this is a work in progress from Machinatrix. Jerry Clive says it sounds like an old Defunct release. That's a good compliment. I think we all like stuff on Defunct. I think I had something on Defunct. I like the organic sound that you get. The samples, and it's just a nice vibe. I mean, you could sort of polish it all up, but then it would lose the essence of what it is. It's a nice, I like how you've used the sample in there, nice sort of flips. Did I say flips? Flips, nice flip. Zach's got to get to the store to pick up stuff for dinner, alright? Thank you very much for sending us your tune earlier, really liked it. Big up to Zach Meow. Yeah, this is good fun. This is just a butt jiggling, nice happy tune. It's a nice butt jiggling tune. What the fuck am I saying? I mean, that's what it says in Finnish, right? Anunu would listen to this when the sun's out. Yeah, I like that little brass sample. Nice. Yeah, I really like that. I mean, it's a work in progress. Don't really know. I mean, it's a sort of a flip, you know, sort of bootleg remix of an old 90s Finnish, obscure Finnish song. Cool vibe, he nailed it. It's good. Not a lot I can really suggest on there. Sort of, there's lots of ways you could improve the mix to try to make it more modern and dance floory and everything. But then, if it sounded too tight and professional, it would lose sort of the essence of the cool vibe it has already. Like, some of the elements could have a bit more tops, like the snare, a bit more snap and stuff. But I like it how it is. It's a good tune, that. So I wouldn't want to interfere too much in anything. So thank you very much. I always like hearing your stuff, Machine the Tricks. Thank you. Make some noise. Hooray. Ooh. Right. I'm going to go and top up my water. I've drunk all my water. So give me a quick BRB in an advert and I'll be right back.
Hold your fire, cause it's a wipe. I gotta get that gas and a Lache. Hold your fire, cause it's a wipe. I'm gonna play Escape from Conclave every night. I say the ammo, please, I don't want to die. I need to.
When our friend used to love, you know the rules and it's all to one. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy.
Hold tight to Tarkov Bison. Salute. Big up the lighthouse crew. Each and every time picking up the Tarkov Bison inside the place. Yes. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC Liqui. Murking all the traders just like the Grim Reaper. Lyrics suck you up so much you need a saliwa. Don't know who I am, or you should go ask Liqui. Selling all electricals, extremely top tier. Military technicals, nobody is cheaper. When you need computer parts, you come to see me. Keeping all your money, now the wife is getting me. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC Liqui. Shouting, hold your fire just like the John Deere. Checking me at Lighthouse, I'm the #1 dealer. Insurance too expensive, now you gotta give here. Living on a lighthouse in an island on the sea. Sell my secret Lache, gonna get a harmonila. If you're not a scab, then you are PMC. Big up all of them team in the BSG.
I got a fever for the Liqui. I got a fever for the Liqui. I got a fever for the Liqui. I got a fever, I got a fever, I got a fever. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC Liqui. Complain about inertia, then you must be live stream. Scaring off the traders and deactivate the flee. Big up all the scab crew, try to come pick a break. MC Liqui, her lyrics coming in your ear. Running out of fuel, you better get an idea. Lighthouse looking hot, you're gonna get your on a fever. Reading all the patch notes, it's my favorite time of year. I got a fever, I got a fever. Hold tight to Tarkov Bison. Salute. I got a fever, I got a fever. Look up the Lighthouse crew. Each and every time we get up the Tarkov Bison inside the place. Yes. Absolutely, we care.
Yo, I'm back. Thank you for your patience while I went to the bathroom and got some water. And I saw on my Twitter as well, there's going to be an Escape from Tarkov patch tomorrow. I think it's the one where they fix the sound on interchange. That's going to be brilliant. I die anyway, even if the sound is fixed, I'll still keep dying. But that'll be good. And I think I might have time to play next week. I might be able to do a Tarkov stream on maybe like Tuesday evening or something. So we'll see. I didn't get the water from the bathroom. I went to the big tap in the kitchen. I got proper water. so we're fine. I've got the window open a bit in the background to get the air going. I'm holding off bringing the air conditioning in here because it's. I suppose it'll fit, but it's just so noisy. I think it's gonna be too noisy on stream if I have it. So we'll just do with the window. I'm wondering about getting a bigger fan to have in here to sort of keep me cool, but I don't know where I could put one here, maybe one of those floor stand. I'd like one of those big Dyson ones, but that's big stonks, and it would, I'd probably best not to. Oh wow, one Perron has just gifted 3 subs. That's very kind of you, thank you. Out of nowhere, just came in, smashed it. Thank you very, very much. Going to Retrovolt, Kellar, and Skayman. Very, very kind.
Welcome to the Loft Crew.
Thank you. One Perron. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. One Eperon, one on Eperon. It's one Perron. Am I pronouncing it right? I think I am. You're enjoying it here. Great, good. That's what I'm meant to be doing, is making people enjoy it. I need to focus on being enjoyable, John. Just call you Perron. Okay, cool. I shall. That's a bit easier for me. So we're pushing through. How many more have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. I reckon we can get through that. Shivaxi's at the end. All right, we've got to get to Shivaxi. I've got a duty. Right, 10 more. Oh, that's going to take me over my allotted time. But I'll do my best. Maybe we'll do like 4.5 hours. Cool as you like says, check out iGenix DC Power Tower fans. Cheaper than Dyson and lot of speeds. Let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at the fan. DC Power Tower. What I need in here really is a very, very silent fan. If I type in Power Tower, it's just some like weird comic book stuff. Sliding Power Tower. That's a power. It's not giving me anything helpful, I'm afraid. I'll check. I did a little looking around last night to see if there were any cheap, easy alternatives to have a good airflow but very quiet fan to have in here. Because I find in clubs, I have that on my rider, like one of those big floor fans. It's like, just one of them and it'll be fine. Even in the hottest club, it saves me. It's amazing. But I've got to watch background noise in here on the mic, because you'll just constantly hear like a... I know my air condition. I'll have to like tweak my mic settings or something and save the air conditioning for when we need it for the big guns, because it's also expensive to run. What I need is a really big fan. I'm in a big industrial fan. What I want is a really big fan that can go low speed, says Gav. Right, yep. I'd like one of those big Dyson ones would be really good, but I looked last night and they're 350 quid. We've got one in the bedroom that we save for like when it's really fucking hot. A Dyson one that Magda bought when she was still working, and it's really, really good, but it's still it can be a bit loud, so I'll have to watch it. Rollmops says, could I possibly play your 2 tracks together, please? 2 a.m. here. Up next. You're up next after this one, are you, Bison? Yeah, sure. When I get to yours, Rollmops, I'll play your one and then I'll skip to the other one, just if you've been up till 2 a.m. listening. God, that's late. Okay, right, let's go. Oh, Massive Liability says, that's my track. Hi, John. This one here, Bison 2097. Is this Massive Liability? Massive Liability. Bulky Substance. Okay. Brutus 22 says, recommend Mako fans. Silent and push loads of fans. Let's look for that. Just so it's in here. What's this? MEACO fan. That's... Ah, okay. Oh, they look a bit pricey though, but at least they're not as expensive as Dyson's. Cool, thanks for the shout on that. I shall add it to my list. Right, here we go. Bison 2097. And this is Massive Liability in the chat. You're a night owl anyway? Okay, cool. Well, I'll do them together. Sounded good so far. Nice build up so far in the intro. Yawn. Oh. It's getting a yawn. I like the way you're introducing the bass sounds progressively. It's exactly what you want from an intro. Easy to mix, and will sound good in the mix. It's maybe a bit long, the intro. The bass sounds a bit muffled. It's like lacking the top end bit. You need more like top end information on that, in my humble opinion. Thanks for the fan recommendations, they're cool as you like. I like that sustained ambience pad thing. Oh, My Altered Soul, thank you for the sub. I missed that, I didn't shout it out. Thank you very, very much, My Altered Soul. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. A first sub, that's wicked. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Nice drum edit there. I think after your breakdown here, there isn't really, it just goes into the ramping out mode and there isn't a sort of payoff drop again. So that there's some arrangement things I would look at on this. I'm just turning up a little bit on the headphones. I think your overall balance of sounds is all right. Like there's enough bass there, pretty much. Maybe boost the lows a tiny bit, but it's pretty good. I like the overall vibe. I like that sustained sort of note ambience thing. You know, it sounds like it's sampled off a film or something. That's cool. The only big thing the two big things I can suggest are arrangement-wise. I think after the breakdown, it needs to come back with a bit more force. You can even just see from the waveform here, it looks just a bit like less powerful than the rest of the tune after the break. I mean, I don't know how accurate SoundCloud is, but it's usually pretty sort of indicative of what's going on. So you do need, a ramping out, ramp down, roll out bit of a tune towards the end, but it seems like you've got a breakdown and then it just goes straight into a sort of rollout bit rather than giving you a bit of meat there. So I'd have a look at your arrangement, try and fix that a little bit. And then the only other thought I had was with the bass, it sounds like you've removed all of the top end information and maybe some of that could come back a bit if you've got that information in it. I like the drum, I like the break. I like the pattern the drums are playing, like it's nice. Got some good edits in there. Maybe a different crash. The crash symbol sounds a bit like too prominent, maybe. It feels like this section goes on a bit because the bass is just repeating that same kind of sample. You could maybe maybe you could develop the bass by adding in a pure sub somewhere, like oh, you've done something there. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Maybe a pure sub question and answer kind of thing might help, because you can bring that in and out, add a bit more interest. That might be a suggestion. But very nice vibe on that, really like it. Good work. Just a few little suggestions there. Really hope I made sense. Massive Liability, who made that, says, yeah, second half is underdeveloped. I'm super happy with the advice. Thanks so much. Good. Yeah, cool. I think you're well on the way there. I like the vibe. It's cool. It's nice, mature stuff, and like the important stuff is taken care of pretty much. Like your main break is good, and it fits with the choice of bass sound you have. I think you could add in a little sub bass question and answer thing, which would be nice. And I think if you tweak your arrangement a bit, maybe bring the breakdown in a little bit earlier, and when you come back after the breakdown, come back a bit harder. In the olden days, you'd come back in the second drop with like a variation on the bass, like a bit more heavy. So you could have a little bash at that. That could work. O James says the second drop felt like a good build-up but lacked the drop, but hey, I'm just a retired raver, who am I to say that? No, well that's kind of what I thought as well. So great minds think alike from another retired raver, sort of. Well, I'm not retired, but sometimes I feel like I should. Alright, big up to Massive Liability, thanks for the demos, crew. My Altered Soul says, do ravers ever really retire? No, they just go to the chill out area. They just chill out. Right, we've got one from Rollmops here, it's 2 a.m. their time. And there's another Rollmops song later, so after this one we'll skip to it just for sort of, if I can find it. Where's the other Rollmops one? Rollmops. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Yep. So here we go. Rollmops. So he says, my main worries I have with this first track is the long intro and maybe too bass heavy before the drop, and maybe some more variation in the drop section. I spent a bit of time on it, so maybe kind of scared to use my idea to change it now. Okay, cool. Let's give it a listen. So this is a remix for the Face remix competition, so we have to bear in mind a lot of this is sort of Faces samples and things like that. People retire from jobs, not their passion. Exactly, yeah, that's why we can't ever retire from this. War, sounding nice. Without knowing what all the samples are and what you get from Face on the remix competition, it's a bit harder to critique this. Obviously, like the source sounds are going to be really, really good because Face is king. Hello, Patagonia 204. Thanks for the follow. You resampled a lot. Cool. Sounded great so far. I love that. Ooh. Heavy. This is really heavy. Nice switch. So this is Rollmops' remix of Face. I think it was from a remix competition, so it's not like original material to be treated like that, but it is a remix he's done, and it's for a remix competition, so it's not like against our rules as normally, like sort of I try not to cover bootlegs and things in case I get in trouble on the old copyright. Good mix. Balance is all good. Turn the subs up a little bit maybe. But yeah, solid. Your drums, says Rollmops. Nice, I like your splashes and your tops and everything. They all mush together nicely. Like they do the job, they don't stick out. Nice tops, even nicer bottom. I hear a little cowbell in there. Nice cowbell.
Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
Faces tops. His tops, alright. Great work on that, Rollmops. Really good. Not a lot I can suggest on that. It sounds very professional, very good. So when do you find out about how you did in the remix competition then? Because that sounded pretty fucking solid to me. I don't know the original too well, so I don't know how much of it is sort of like the original and how much of it's from your input. But like whatever you put together there sounds great. Totally works. You will enter soon. Oh, so it's current. Great. Good luck. Cool. Really, really good luck with that. Sounded very nice. Good job. So this next one here, this is a Rollmops original tune. Untitled track, 25th of May. Is this a work in progress or do you consider it finished?
Yo!
You made it today for fun. Nice.
Yo!
I like that, the side chain on the wow. It's a work in progress, cool. The vocal's good, probably somebody famous. Oh, I like the woo 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 woo. That's a nice touch. All the bass is very, very wide, which can be problematic. If Conclave was here, and he checked it in mono. That's not what his voice sounds like, but...
Yo!
Have you checked this in mono? I would advise it.
Yo!
I'm sort of waiting for it to drop. Has it dropped yet? Like, that's my kind of... It's a cool groove. Is this the drop happening now?
Yo!
It still feels like it's an intro, kind of, to me. It's a wicked groove. The voices are great. Oh, I like this one. Oh, that's brilliant with the higher pitched. That's a really nice touch. I like that a lot. And it's got more of a groove to it now. I really like this. With a single hi-hat, that's cool. The snare could be a bit louder for me. My ears might be just getting a bit too fatigued now though after 4 hours of this, so ability to...
Plus multiple assaults and small intervals. As sorry as far as call off was. When I cut your neck, leave a little piece of skin so the head won't fall off. Hold on, sort of, shotgun blast, 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 blast.
cool groove, really good. Bobbing along. I think the snare could be a bit louder, a little bit more tops on it. I mean, you said you just did this today, like real quick, so I really like that, the way the tail on that foghorny-ish bass gets ducked when it's sort of on its tail. That's a really cool effect. Yeah, really good. Like the groove and everything, the balance is nice. Bass might be a bit too stereo, you might run into problems there, but I don't know, check it in mono, I suppose. Arrangement wise, I love that bit where it switched and had the like I wonder if you could switch back and forth between that section and the original one more often. That might work well. That's something to check. I don't know. You know, if you did this quite quick, I don't want to give it like super duper mega detailed feedback, but that's great if you just did that today in one bash. All good, nice sounds. Maybe the bass is a bit too stereo-y, don't know. Maybe turn the snare up a tiny bit, add a bit more snap, bit more tops to it, and maybe make more of that second section, because I really like that too. And maybe make more of a noticeable point lead up in the build up to the drop kind of thing. It feels like it just builds nicely through the intro, but I wasn't sure if like we got everything we were gonna get, or I was waiting for it to do more of a drop or something. So that's sort of down to the arrangement really. So those are my thoughts on that one, but that's really good work. Sounded very tight, professional. Good work there, Rollmops. Thank you very much. Right, this one is sent in by Stuart J. Subclass. Beyond the Stars. Subclass, I think you're... there you go. So let's just check this. Subclass says, I'm up next. Started this one yesterday, so it's still a work in progress. All right, cool. Let's see. Turn it up a little bit. Volume looks okay on there. Nice edits. I like that. There's a ride I'm hearing on my right. I'd maybe move that more in the centre. The snares one. There's some funny extra bits on the snare. Like it's that saturaty snare. Bass is a decent level. It's not too loud, not too quiet, I don't think. Anastasia stab. Cool little edit. Bit loud, the whoop there. That sounds a bit too synthy for me, that down. That whoop whoop is too loud. Lots of swooshes and booms. Good, you've been listening. It's alright, it's very late where you are, Rollmops. You're allowed, it's okay. I think the main bass is a bit reverby and a bit wide. That some really good drum programming and editing there. I appreciate the work you've put into that. Anuna says the track makes me feel disturbed. Obviously, you couldn't get away with for leaving in the song if you're releasing it. Bit of an obvious sample there, but it sounds good in the tune. I think you'd be better off with the drums being more of a break beat than the sort of digitally synthy, snarey thing. I think that woof is a bit too loud, so I turn that down. That's just a mix issue. That's a cool sample. I like the spoken word samples you've got. It's quite cybery. I get the vibe, but I think if you switch the snare to a different kind of snare, it might improve the vibe and make it sound more breakbeaty than sort of programmed drum machiney drums doing a breakbeat. And also the main bass is like it sounds sort of like a ES2 synth or something. It's a bit preset-y. It's a bit muddy because it's got a longer release, and doesn't sound like very drum and bassy. It's sort of more electro-y, but it's not an electro-y tune. So maybe some more of a sort of grimy Reese type sounds, or distorted descending 808 bass might work better. Spoken word was ChatGPT generated random science fiction sentence stuck through text-to-speech. Oh, that's cool. Bass was a processed pigments preset. Okay. One of them's off to the side. It's a bit left. It's on the right that time. I would recommend keeping any bassy sounds in the middle. Don't have them going off to the left or to the right. And the bass, the dun 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 dun, is a bit wet. I'd reduce the it's not a good idea to have too much reverb on your bass. The panning was intentional, but you can always bring that to the middle. Yeah. It sounds good. It's just like in a club it might cause problems. But it's nice to have that on headphones. Doesn't matter for headphones and stuff. It's just a rule coming from where a lot of my stuff would always get put in mono in clubs and things, and because it's not like a sub bass, that it's a characterful mid bass thing. Really cool vibe. Looking at the image you've chosen as well, it's sort of futuristic science fiction-y thing. Good vibe, good overall sound. A bit long, doesn't need to be as long as it is. I hate having to say that to a song that's only 5.5 minutes long. It's not as long as stuff was back in the day, but doesn't really need to be that long unless you've got lots of different sections and things. I'm not hugely into the snare, but it works all right. I'm not hugely into that main bass, the dun 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 dun. I would definitely at least remove or dial back any reverb on that bass and maybe dial back the release a little bit so it's a little bit more punchy. Overall mix sounds all right to me. Nothing sounds too loud or too quiet. Like snares and bass and kick drum are all sort of at the right sort of level, so you're getting your mix decent, which is good. A lot of people don't, so that's top marks for that. You played a different editor modal earlier and you said it wasn't long enough. You should probably listen to him, actually. He's better at sound design, dialing in stuff than me. So, maybe don't listen to me on that. It's just like, opinion vibes anyway. But yeah, really like that. I can tell you put a lot of work in on the drum programming and things, and it's interesting to hear sort of breakbeat that isn't from samples, it's from sort of drum machines and stuff. And even though the snare is kind of the sort of snare I'm not a huge fan of, like, it sounds good, and all the saturation and stuff gives it a good bit of power. Arrangement's cool, maybe a little bit long. I like the intro. Yeah, I like those sort of sword fight sounding like ridey type cymbal things. They're coming out more on the right speaker than central, which I probably wouldn't recommend. I'd try and have them more central, unless you've got something on the other side as well to balance them out on the tops. Drums are from Noisier sample pack and played about with a bit. Right, yeah. I like the little rave stabs and things in there. So yeah, good work. Big up to the subclass. Thank you very much for giving us that one. Nice to hear it. Not a lot I can really recommend on that one. Sounds good to me. Only it was just a few matters of personal taste, really. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And as always, if you want to listen to these tunes afterwards, everyone, just get on the Discord and look in the demos, and there's links to all these songs that we're listening to here, so if you want to listen to them back, or just chat among yourselves and give a bit of boosts on everyone's SoundClouds, that's the way to do it. Right, how many we got left now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh god, there's still a few. Right, I better get moving. Right, this is Jan Vaz, Threat. Let's see. Yeah, the Noisier sample packs on Splice are brilliant. There's some really helpful things. I don't think this is drum and bass. This is hip hop, so... Oh, this is Jan Vaz. Jan Vaz was in the chat earlier. Yeah, I mean, this is not my kind of music. Thank you for giving us that to listen to, but it's really not my kind of music. Don't listen to that kind of music much at all, so I haven't got anything helpful to say, really. And this is meant to be for drum and bass music, really. If it was from somebody that's been in our community for a long time and does drum and bass and lots of other stuff, I'm happy to listen to it, but occasionally we get stuff that's sort of hip-hop trap and everything, and it's from people who've just seen a message on Twitter because I mentioned demos, and it's not really for us. But thanks for sending it in anyway. Sounded good enough. Sounded like mixed down, sounded all right and that, but it's not my kind of thing. Right, this is Altered Soul, Days Gone By. Let's listen to the intro again. Lots of follows to hop on today. Yep. Ugh, leaning back a bit to sort my back out. I like the guitar loop bass line there. That I reckon you can't. If it was me, I wouldn't use that reverse flute sample there, because that's from the Calling Ronnie Size, the Goldie remix on Planet V. It is not cool. I don't know where you got it from. Maybe you sampled it from where they sampled it, but that's been used in a classic drum and bass track, and that's a bit of a no-no there, so I would take that out. I know you're playing it differently, but... I love that. The riff. Got it in a sample pack. Yeah, let me, I'll just play you now. The Calling. It might not be on Spotify. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, like that's a huge tune for me. So yeah, you can't. I would I'd take that out definitely. Even I know you didn't sample it from that record. It's probably from the same place, but. I love the guitar riff. That's really cute, really cool. My eyes are closed, the world. Oh wow. My brothers and sisters, where's all the vocals and the guitars and everything from? My eyes are closed, the world is trembling. Are these from sample pack stuff, or have you recorded the vocals? Whoa, whoa. Didn't expect that. If it was me, I wouldn't have gone with that big heavy one there. I'd have just lent into the really lovely groove that you have. Bass guitars slice from guitars from a pack, vocals from a pack. Okay, cool. Shivaxi says it wouldn't be a legal issue, of course, but I see the point in not using a sample just because it's so popular already in another track, even if they sample a sample of a sample. Yeah. It's like I've got the bell sample from Long Dark Tunnel, 31 seconds. You know, that was from a cover CD, so theoretically I could use that in a tune, but somebody else used it before in an absolute classic. So if you can't do that. I mean, you could, but people wouldn't be happy with you, basically. That's a good heavy bass, that.
Brothers and sisters.
If it was me, I wouldn't have that big heavy wub 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 wub. I'd just, it's a lovely groove. I love that dun 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 dun. That's such a cool riff, and the guitars and the vocal all work, even though they're from separate sample packs. You've put them all together nicely, and you've got a cool basis for a song there. I'd stick with that riff. Dun, 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 dun. And you've added a sub under it. Boom, 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 boom. You could switch up so it's like wow, 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 wow. Maybe take the proper guitar out. If it was me, I wouldn't have that big brr, 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 brr. I'd stick with the riff and roll it out like a nice sort of, imagine your Ronnie Size, like brown paper bag era kind of thing. Go for that vibe, roll it out with a Bristol vibe, do it DJ Die, shakery, think break, Lynn Collins-y hot pants thing, in and out. Go with that. You've got a wicked groove, got enough there for a really nice, real groovy, nice vocal liquid tune. I'd sort of, if it was me, I'd go that way rather than switching with the big bass, because the big bass doesn't quite cut it in. I don't know. Mix sounds alright with it, but it's not how I would do it if it was me. You know what I mean? Take care, Anuna. Thanks for hanging out all afternoon. Appreciate it. Have a lovely rest of your day.
My eyes are closed.
I like the saxophone with a distant reverb on. That's cool. All fits together nice. Vocals could be a bit louder, a bit brighter maybe on the EQ. Drums, bit of tweaking. The big heavy bass is kind of growing on me. Take care, Rollmops. Good night. I like the wind chimes there. I love that guitar. Turn it up a little bit. Sub bass underneath it could go up a bit louder too. Yeah. I like that a lot. That's you've got all the elements there for an absolute banger. I think just and it sounds, it's sort of grown on me, that big switch, the big brr, 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 brr. But like, I try and think, what is there anything else out there that does that? Like, is there a reason for that? I'd kind of stick more towards sticking with the vocal and the guitars and everything and roll it out more along those ways rather than going for the surprising big switch. But Again, just personal opinion. Sounds really good though. Good job. Everything fits together nice. Respect. Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you very much, my altered soul. Great work. Really like that. If you do any more work on it, please let me know. Right, here we have Jerry Q, Clockwise. Is this a remix? Kashim Clockwise. Who's Kashim? Who's the artist here? Jerry Q. Are you here in the chat? Yep, big ups to my altered soul. Really, really like that. Love the guitar riff. I've got to get through these quick now. Ah, you're here. Great. He's a Hungarian drum and bass producer. Okay. It's your drum and bass alter ego. Okay, cool. Quite a lot of reverb on that snare. Bass is a little bit like woolly, a bit like soft attack and long release. But there's a good low end on the bass though, that's alright. I like the flute sample there. Bit of musical note clashing there. I think there's a piano or something that didn't quite... There was some like musical key clashing. There's a little bit of that going on with some of the samples. I think a standout thing I'd do to fix it is the bass sound has a slow attack, which is making it sound a bit too woolly, like muffly, sort of blah, 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 if you kind of get me. I think that dialing that in would help you. And I think quite a lot of the random sounds in there, like the and that bing, 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 sort of don't quite fit together. They all sound like, you know, an assortment of random samples put together. Like the piano as well, it's sort of a bit random. And how the piano's cut strangely there, the piano sample, that's a bit mad. Good little filter sweep on the drums there though. I'd probably reduce the reverb on the rim shot snare there. I think that would help a little bit. You can see there's a bit of movement on the bass there. You've sort of done some filtering. Yeah, I think main comments. This one is quite long as well. I seem to be saying that a bit today. It's 6 minutes 40. Doesn't need to be that long really, especially when it's basically just a groove. Things I can suggest that might help with this. The bass, as I said, it's a bit woolly. Like, add some bite to it or something. Maybe make a faster attack. Maybe tighten up the release. too much reverb on the rim shotty snare for my liking, but it doesn't sound too off, like goes with the vibe, I guess. And just kind of like a lot of the sounds and the stabs and the samples and like the funny reversed pianos and things in the breakdown, they don't really fit together well for me. They sound a bit strange and like a bit lacking direction. So maybe sort of decide what you're going for and really like stick with it and like pick one as being important. Like some of them are a bit kind of quiet, which shows sort of like you're not 100% confident. You think they're the right sound for the moment and everything. So maybe just sort of pick one motif, like stab or sound that you're really going to like lean into and use more and make a more big deal of that and dirty them up a bit more. Like most of those, the samples and stabs and things like that are quite pure, sort of not much saturation or interesting weird effects on them. They're just sort of, this is a piano chord resampled sort of thing. So those are a few things you could look at on that one that might improve it, I think. But sounded all right, sounded good. So thank you very much for sending that one in. That was Jerick Live. Give you a round of applause and a hooray. That was Kashim Clockwise, the MGL remix. Okay, next one here. I think this one is probably not going to be drum and bass. This is Jay Breezy. Yeah, that's one of those. It's 10 months old. That's one of those ones where it's someone who doesn't know what we're. Oh, it's Jay Breezy Official came in the chat earlier. Yeah, it's not really drum and bass, so I can't. It's not my kind of music. But thank you anyway, Jay Breezy. Good luck, mate. But I can't really say, yeah, turn up the Reese in that, because there's no Reese. And there never will be. Right. Oh, this is sounding... it's Shivaxi. Oh, is this the last one? We got 2 from Shivaxi. Oh, here we go. Okay, cool. I think we'll make Shivaxi's tunes the last ones for today, because I'm flagging here. But Shivaxi's been hanging around a long time waiting for his turn. Except 2's after, they've probably been hanging around a lot too. Do I hear a bit of a Messiah sustained note there? Lovely arpeggio, Shivaxi. Oh, big amen. Really good drum work. Lovely edit there. Cool. He's showing us all the amens. With it. So this was for audio combat, was it? Okay. And there we go. Cool. That was like, it was a quick audio combat thing. Yeah. What? So love the arpeggio. It's a competition by Eliminate. I need to get that. I'm not sure I've got this break. Yeah, and I like your bass line, very musical and stuff. Nice one. Big up to Shivaxi. And one more from Shivaxi here. This one says, hope I'm not overstepping anything. Said 1 to 2 demo tracks. Yeah, that's fine. We do like 2. Some people, we've had quite a few today, put 2 tunes in. 2 is fine. More trance vibes. Okay, says, using a new 303 recreation synth I picked and a few other new things. A bit of a new direction for me. Really happy with how this came out. Enjoy. So this is Shivaxi. If you don't already follow Shivaxi, give him a follow. East Coast, massive. You are East Coast, aren't you? You're like Buzz Baltimore vibes. That's what I've always got you in my mind. What was the 303 synth you used? ABL3? Haven't entirely finished this one, hence it's short and the demo clip cool. Yeah, I like the Blade Runner synth. thing. Baltimore. Baltimore, hi, hi. Oh, you're Baltimore, Sodi. Baltimore is for crabs. People used to always say that. Get your crab cakes in the Baltimore Harbour. I took Magda to Baltimore. Had a tour with a few East Coast gigs, and I was just like, she can come along, see what it's really like. You didn't mean to make Blade Runner, but that's what happened, lol. I think the snare could be louder, and there's a bit too much reverb on it, which makes it sound a bit too distant. I like the 303 ARP. I like the Blade Runner synth. I'd have that louder and more prominent and more reverby and wider. I'm not hugely into the wow sound, personally. And maybe dirty up the bass more. It's like quite pure synthy. I like that. Oh, I really like that chord you had there, the sort of bell chord. I think I'd kind of make more of the arpeggios and chords and stuff. Go very, very cinematic with it. Get that bong, bong, bong. Get that louder in the mix. More reverb, more tops. Just keep the... Yeah, that boom, boom, boom. That bell chords thingy is beautiful. I'd use that more often. And like I say this a bit, lean into the Blade Runner-y kind of vibe and make more of that, and maybe less of the wah 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 wah. That funny sound of wah wah wah. I mean, that's a bit Blade Runner-y too, but I love that chord. That sounds like it's from The Cure, like something from Disintegration. The sort of bell chimes. Yeah, I think on this one I'd say make more of the arpeggios, get them louder, more reverbs and stuff, more of the bell sample for sure. That's my favourite sound in the whole track, the bell sample thing. Get that louder, maybe a bit less reverb on the snare, maybe do something to the wobbly bass to make it a bit more grimy, bit more overdrive, stuff like that. Something to give it... Or switch the bass entirely to be more of a 16th note. That will totally make it more synthy. And yeah, less of the wah 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 sound and more of the lovely, luscious Blade Runner-y stuff. Those would be like... That would be what I would do if I was like, I've got all these sounds now and this is what I'm starting on. That's how that's the direction I'd take it in if it was me. You could also, there's the drums don't change or develop much in this. I know this is it's only a work in progress, but 909 ride, roll off loads of the low end, make sure it's side chained a bit so it has some movement. Stick a 909 ride in at times, or some 16th note tops. That'll add a bit of interest and variation if you bring it in and out at certain points. Stick in a little spoken word bit. That could be a cherry on top kind of thing. Risers, swooshes and booms. Don't think there was that much of that in it yet. They can help. How's that? And then as if by magic, Harrison Ford will come out and say, do you like our owl? Okay. Woo! It's a horse. It's some applause. It's a thank you.
Very much.
Hopefully that's helpful feedback. I know you know what you're doing, Shivaxi. You've been doing this for years and years. But hopefully it's artificial. Is this to be an empathy test? Indulge me. DJ Score is in with it. My Altered Souls here. Thank you everyone that's still been chilling out with me. Whoa, not that one. Not that one either. How about that? How about that? Cool. Right, I'm going to call it a day here. We'll have a quick chat before I go. I just have to work out who else is on in the wonderful world of Twitch so we can raid all you beautiful people over to somebody nice who will look after you. Who've we got that we know that would appreciate a bit of love? Let's see. And somebody that we haven't... E-Town Junglist. Haven't raided him in yonks. I think there's our... E-Town... Let's spell this right. E-Town Junglist. Is today the day they do their chatting and stuff? I don't know. Right, cool. Yeah, that was a long one today. 4.5 hours. Oof. Yoinks. So, when am I on next and what am I doing and what are my plans? That's what we got to talk about. So, I need to do a quick... I was just going to have a break now until later next week. I've been trying to do a certain amount of hours every month and I think I've hit my sort of goal. And also this weekend it's 11 years since I met my wife Magda, so we're going to do a bit of like bonding time. We're going to go for a walk, basically. We're going for a nice walk by the river. So I have to do some studio stuff tomorrow, so I might jump on for an hour or two at some random point, so keep an eye out for me tomorrow. Apart from that, I think I'm going to take a few days off, so I won't be on Tuesday or Wednesday like I normally am, but I'll come back on Thursday next week. Hardcore. We might do a studio day rather than demos to give a chance for more demos to come back up and give you guys a rest from churning out more tunes. Witch Doctor, thank you very much. Thank you, those of you that have been hanging out all afternoon. Thank you very much, Perron, as well. Thanks for the gifted subs. Booze Not Booze, good to see you. Rolling Resistance has got to go put the kids to bed and then buy a noisy sample pack. Nice. That sounds like a good plan. Sodi, thank you very much for your lovely tune today. Really, really like that. Thanks for hanging out and being here all week. Always appreciate it. Big up My Altered Soul as well. Loved your tunes. Shivaxi as well. Thanks for the support. And the epic tier 3 and the tunes. DJ Score, it was in for the first time. I hope you liked what you saw. So yeah, I might be on for a little bit tomorrow for a couple of hours doing an extended mix of something. I've got to be in the studio anyway, so I'll stream it, and then I'll probably play Tarkov as well because they're releasing a patch tomorrow, and I haven't done a Tarkov stream in a while, and I'm sort of having some days off next week, but gaming doesn't count, so I'll probably jump on for a Tarkov stream early next week. My next proper music studio stream will be next Thursday, I think. So I will absolutely definitely see you then. And yes, it's been really good. Thanks for the support. Thanks to everybody that's watched this to the end on YouTube as well. If you want to submit your demos for future streams, get yourself on my Discord. Put your SoundCloud links in the demos channel, and we'll listen to it next time we do this. Keep an eye on my socials, so when we are, I'll probably skip next week and just do my own stuff on Thursday, and then the following Thursday we'll do demos. I've got a couple of gigs coming up in June, so my schedule might be a little bit shifted around, but I'll always let you know. I'm playing in Cologne at the beginning of the month, and then I've got a midweek gig in Durham at my old college, my old university, on a Tuesday or something. So there'll be a few days when I'll have to let you know when I'm not on, but I'll be sticking to the usual schedule in June. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, starting at 2 p.m. till, I don't know, 7ish, if I can. Depends on how much energy I've got left. So thank you very much. See you all later. Big up. Send some love to E-Town Junglist, who I'm raiding you over to on Twitch. Have a nice time. Bye bye. Thank you, everyone.